Everyone has had too much of now. From megacities like Central to the vast and desolate outlands, nobody wants more of it. How it used to feel is what the people want. And Rememory offers us exactly that. Retros. Remembered treasures of the forgotten past.
What the fuck is this music? Retros. Oh. Oh, cool. Apparently Castlevania Season 4 is out. Have you heard this? Did you know this? Has this crossed your desk yet? Because it just crossed mine. I gotta say, I'm pretty excited about that. Sweet 16, and talking about sweet Roland. How you doing today, man? It's good to see you. And also, we got a resub from Air Flex, getting things started on the right foot. I'm glad you're here today, Airflex. It's always good to see you, man. And thank you so much for that resub. You guys with your resubs. I've been contemplating some ideas lately to make subscriptions more appealing, more worthwhile. Perhaps, I'm not sure what the phrase I'm looking for. To contain more value. I've been trying to come up with some ideas. We'll see if I actually come up with anything or not. Roland with the 16 months. You know, I resubbed for somebody the other day and it said 15 months, and I was like, holy shit. 16. Roland, you've been here since the beginning, man. It's just kind of amazing to me that we've been going for 16 months. I mean, I know I say that a lot. I say that, like, every single time we tick over a new number. I'm like, have I been streaming that long? But it is kind of amazing. It is kind of amazing. Blows my mind a bit every single time. How's everybody doing today? How are you doing out there in chatland? We got Project Dark Fox, we've got Kursala. There, of course, is Air Flex to Square. Good to see you, Data Nerd. Always a pleasure. Man, you guys make it such a pleasure to turn the damn camera on and sit down here and ramble on while I try to paint. Every single time. I'm going to take a minute and get my desk arranged here. I'm doing a little bit of rearranging lately. We're going to be doing some oil painting tonight. So Greg the Salt Miner has put forward his challenge for this month, and I'll be curious to find out how many of you have decided to go along with it. We are going to be featuring anyone who is participating. We're going to be featuring all of our works in the final Storm Report for this month. Last Storm Report we do this month. We're going to try to focus it in on entries for Greg's challenge, which is, in this case, a limited palette. Limited palette painting is interesting. I've done it a little bit with acrylics. It never interested me that much with acrylics. Like, it's good, but I'm much more interested in it for oils, because a limited palette for oils and how focused on blending oils are opens a lot more doors, because it seems like it's an exercise more focused on learning how to create the colors that you want out of strong primaries, which is what I'm going to be kind of focusing on tonight. He challenged me to use only burnt umber, cadmium yellow, titanium white, cadmium red, French ultramarine, and Greg, I'm cheating. I'm just going to tell you right now, I'm adding one more color to that, and it's only because I don't have that much experience working with a limited palette, particularly in oil paints. I'm adding ivory black, because it's a fundamentally cool dark color that I'm going to, like, I know that I'm going to want to use it, because it's one of the only colors I've really used a lot in my oil painting so far, and I'm going to be trying to do some really loose NMM effects, and this is going to be kind of essential to that. I'm sure that I could work around it, but if I work around it to create my own black, I'm going to be creating a warm black, and I don't really want a warm black. I need this extra bit of coolness that isn't just French ultramarine, because in this lineup, the only cool color I have is French ultramarine. So we're going to see how this goes. The other reason I like using it for this project, getting started on Conquest, the last argument of Kings today, is I don't want to complicate these models. I would like to develop a fairly simple, fairly easy to do sort of mass painting scheme, because I need to paint a lot of them. And I think that if we're extra lazy, we can come up with something. We can come up with a paint scheme for these guys that is going to be simple and easy and fairly quick to do. The only time, the only way that we're lengthening the time for these models to be ready is in the drying time, because we're going to be using oils. The actual painting time should be reduced because it's going to blend like that. And I swear to God, I'm not going to let myself overcomplicate these figures, you guys. I swear. We're gonna keep it simple, stupid. And we're gonna try out some of the oils on these 3D printed bases I've been doing for Conquest today. This is exciting for me. This is the first time I've actually gotten any paint down on these. I have one cavalry base, I have multiple infantry bases, and I have a hero base. And we are gonna see what we can't do with this. I'm looking forward to it. Hamburg Tack, Guten Tag to you as well. My friend, how are you doing today? Alright, let me get my stuff arranged here. I got my 6 paints pulled out. One thing I'm going to be doing a lot of today is consulting my little color wheel here. I use this a lot with acrylic painting, but it's going to be extra important today since we have limited colors and we have oils which blend immediately. Like, there's going to be lots of, wait, what do I add to the... I got a blue, what if I put the red in the blue, and what's gonna... And yeah, we're going to use our color wheel, folks. How's everybody doing today? What are y'all working on anything good? You having a good Thursday? You having a bad Thursday? Chaotic Harmony, how you doing today, man? Good to see you. How them Chaotic Tau coming along? What'd you say you were doing? Was it Far Sight Enclave? Today was a Christian holiday. Is it really? Oh, okay. Cool. Well, that's a way to start the conversation, Project Dark Fox, who has drawn so much porn today and yesterday. So much porn. How much porn is it? That's how you're supposed to respond to that, right? Oh my god, my XLR cable and my headphone cable are like totally tangled, so give me a second. Oh my god! Ah! 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 Okay, we're good. It's all right. I handled it. There was a little bit of a situation, but we're good now. Okie dokie. Hey, Riot Sister! Welcome in. How you doing? Drakari, good to see you as well. Okay, Thursday, have a 3-day weekend thanks to PTO. Designing a social media ad right now. Well, hey, that's something. Yeah, thank God we don't have a pro streamer command. That would be the most sarcastic damn thing. I don't even know what it would be. Oh, I'm out of beer right now. We've got that on the shopping list for tonight. But I'm just on water and lemonade today. What's on my shirt? It's only like the bestest goddamn t-shirt ever, Cat. Only like the best one ever. Thick Mike. Oh, Thicky Mike. Old Daddy Steiner. How you doing today, man? It's good to see you. Let me get my oil painting brushes out and laid out so that I don't confuse myself and put some oils into my acrylic brushes. I mean, I will confuse myself, but we can skip the second part at least. Sumatha, I have not yet. I have them actually pulled up over in my browser right now, because I pulled them up this morning when I got up. I was going to take a look at those after the stream, though. The one that you put that little edit on for the auto shop, yeah, I'm going to give those a watch. I only saw them last night when I was on my way to bed. Which, man, I am trying ever so hard to actually have a sleep schedule right now. Like, it's kind of working slowly in a one day at a time sense. Well. How you doing there, Dr. Rhino? Good to see you too, man. Can we get a quick shout out for Dr. Rhino as well? Fucking combo breaker over here. Chaotic Harmony. You can't make it 4 wells. 4 wells doesn't make any sense. Nobody in any movie anywhere was ever like, well. Wait, maybe they did. I can't think of any specific examples, but I might be full of shit. Now, like I said it out loud, and I was like, actually, that does sound okay. That's not as great a sin. Not as great a sin as I painted it as. But I mean, you know, who... It's not like I make shit up on the spot or anything like that. Like, everything that I say is carefully researched, and you know, why don't I just move past this point before I dig
here
too
at
deep a hole
Thunderhead
for
Studio,
myself.
we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
Oh, that's not good. That's not good at all. I have gotten some sleep since Tuesday. That is in fact something, Sumatha, something that I need to hang on to. Zombie Brush Studios, how you doing today, man? Drakari successfully warded off. Oh, yeah. I have a plushy facehugger around here somewhere. Haven't seen it in a while. It's kind of concerning, actually, now that I say that out loud. Apparently, we need a pro streamer command. People keep wanting to use it. Michael Scott might have said that at some point. How you doing, Reg? Would it be Radio Santi, or would it be like Ricio Santi? Is there an accent to it? I want to say it right, but I look at it and I go, Radio Santi, like I'm some kind of fucking redneck. Oh, that's right. Oh, God. I mean, like I'm some sort of cultured individual who knows how to pronounce things. That's what I meant to say. Do I play Risk of Rain 2? I have played Risk of Rain 2. I would not say that I play Risk of Rain 2. Chaotic Harmony has played the fuck out of Risk of Rain. He's the one who introduced me to it, and he, I know, has quite enjoyed it. I'm going to go ahead and get my sponges ready while we're on this screen. Just a clip of me saying, no. No. Bad viewer. Bad. Very naughty. Why don't I have more toothpicks? I need more toothpicks. For not their intended purpose. Not at all. I did. Very briefly, I played some Risk of Rain 2 with Chaotic Harmony. It's a fun game. I need to successfully drag some of y'all fools over into PlanetSide 2, because I got a hankering to play that game lately. And I've played PlanetSide 2 a number of times over the course of its existence. Starting with its release, I was very, very excited for that, because I used to play PlanetSide 1. And I've always had fun playing it for a while, and then I wind up stopping for the same reasons every time. That just being that, you know, I'll get in with an outfit and, you know, whatever, have a good time, sorta, kinda, like, I run around by myself for a while, and I have an okay time, and then eventually I get sick of being by myself, so I join an outfit, and I follow some dude's orders for a while, and then eventually I get bored of that, and I quit playing. The few times that I have squatted up with people that I know over voice chat, we have always had a fucking blast playing that game. Because it really shines with like 6 to 12 people who are all on voice comms and all fairly responsive, just looking to have a good time. Not looking to win the continent, not looking to take part in the massive Zerg or do outfit ops or any bullshit like that, but just running around doing small base caps and having little battles on the outskirts of the big battles. That's really where the game is best played, and we are kind of in a perfect position to do that right now if we can get some people from the Discord in. And it only kind of occurred to me the other day, like, wow, this could actually be a whole lot of fun. Get a bunch of the Twitch peoples, in on some squatting. The faction that you are thinking of, if you want to play PlanetSide 2 with us, you're going to want to get on the Emerald server and start a character for the Terran Republic. And I only say that because that is the server and the faction for which I have the most unlocked stuff. It is a free-to-play game. You will find very quickly that there's a lot of stuff locked behind, not necessarily a paywall. You can unlock like everything with certs, but certs take a long time to grind up. So there's going to be a lot of stuff locked behind just a time wall, if you will. Lots of vehicle upgrades and performance upgrades and little doodads and stuff like that. Well, I own pretty much all that shit. And the nice thing about the way that the game plays is, as long as, like, say, for example, I own a Galaxy transport with all the doodads and upgrades, then, you know, you can jump in that and use it. And I have a Galaxy, I have the Liberator, I have the Valkyrie, I have all the vehicles with most of the upgrades because I played it on and off for a long damn time and I unlocked a lot of stuff. The faction I have the second most stuff for is the New Conglomerate, and those are the only two factions. It is interesting. There is, some people say there's a third faction in PlanetSide 2. This is kind of a misconception. And it's because there is sort of like an NPC evil guy faction that's constantly trying to kill you that everyone confuses with actual players, because the bots playing it they'll talk in voice chat and they'll say things like, I fucked your mom last night and stuff like that in text chat. They're called the Vanu Sovereignty, and they wear all purple, and they have goofy alien hover tanks and laser guns, and fuck them. Just fuck them. For number one, for taking my favorite color as their faction color, but then for sucking at everything once they did that. I'm joking, it is a real faction. There are, I believe, real players who play as the Vanu Sovereignty. I do not. Nor will I tolerate any Vanu sympathies. The Stormlords. I mean, you know, if people really get into playing PlanetSide 2, and we do it over a period of time, we could form like an outfit or something. We only need like 12 people, or something stupid like that, to form an outfit in PlanetSide 2. Don't mind me, I'm clipping up some little bits of sponge for the upcoming oil painting. Terrans are the red boys, Airflex. Terran Republic are red, and New Conglomerate are blue and yellow. I don't mind New Conglomerate, I have a lot of stuff for the NC. I like the Terran stuff better. I like their main battle tank better, I like their custom rocket launcher better, I like their max better. NC stuff is good. Their maxes, which are like, because you can summon up, you can spawn as a max, which is an exosuit, big stompy power armor dude, and you got a big gun on each arm. And the specialized New Conglomerate ones are gigantic fucking shotguns, and they're horrific. And then the Terran Republic ones are a series of chain guns. I enjoy the chain guns more, and I like their tank better. The New Conglomerate main battle tank is very much like a modern main battle tank. It's big, chonky, has a big old main cannon on it. It's good. It looks cool. Looks very modern. And then the main battle tank for the Terran Republic, though, is a little more sci-fi. It has like the twin barrels, you know, so you can go boom boom and fire two shots that aren't as strong. It has cool, like, lockdown mode where it locks itself in place and it fires and reloads a lot faster. I've always had more fun with that one. But yeah, I want to play some. I want to play some, and I want to play some soon, you guys. Now, I started a channel on the Discord, so if you're interested in taking part, jump on the Discord, jump on the channel. There's a little message in that channel where you can do a particular reaction, and it will give... Lost Planet was cool too, Riot Sister. I really enjoyed Lost Planet. I enjoyed Lost Planet up until the moment you get to the final boss fight in Lost Planet and you go from, like, big stompy cool mech game to fucking Zone of the Enders. Suddenly all the big stompy industrial mechs turn into flying mega anime mechs, and I don't... It's not that I have a problem with Zone of the Enders or with that style of mech. It was just like, out of fucking nowhere this happened. It was a complete genre shift. Blew my mind a wee little bit. I liked Lost Planet, though. Overall, that was a really cool game. Lost Planet and Lost Planet 2. They will cruise down Blood Gulch Avenue. Oh. Oh, the memories of Blood Gulch back in the day. But yeah, if you would like to try playing PlanetSide 2 with us, again, it is free to play. So you can just download it, you can give it a try with us, and if you don't like the game, fucking uninstall it and never try it again. It will be better to get into it with a squad of people who are all trying to work together and with a few people who can explain the game mechanics to you. Because otherwise, a lot's changed since the last time I played. Now there's a continent mechanic where sometimes a spaceship will spawn above the continent for one faction, like a giant fucking star carrier, and you can spawn on the carrier and launch in fighters and stuff, and people on the ground have to try to blow it up. Like, it's crazy. I haven't done that event yet, but I guess it's a whole thing now. Like, yeah. But yeah, you know, if you're interested at all, it's like a big, persistent war game. I would warn you, though, one thing that is going to happen when we start playing, you're going to die a lot. And a lot of times you're going to die to things that you didn't see or couldn't see. It's just sort of the nature of the game. Because it's a full, open, persistent world that people are free to roam around and do battle as they please, like, crazy shit's just gonna happen. You're gonna get caught up in orbital strikes and crap like that have nothing to do with you, but you were just in the wrong place at the wrong time. But you get used to it. You live, die, repeat, over and over. It's even written into the plot of the game that everybody who went to this planet Araxis has themselves copied to this nanite network, and they can't die now. They keep respawning over and over, and it's an endless war. Edge of Tomorrow. Yes, indeed. Gothic Garlic, thank you so much for the reminder. Well, that's okay, to Square. We can rehabilitate you into the Terran Republic. Alright, let's get started doing some painting, why don't we? It is fun, Kursal. Like I said, you got nothing to lose. You know, sign up, make an account, give it a try, and if you don't like it, then quit playing. Like, you don't have to spend any money on it if you don't want to, which is really, really nice. Awesome, Azri. But yeah, I keep interrupting myself. If you want to play with us, go into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, go to the channel, mark PlanetSide 2, give the little reaction, it will give you a PlanetSide 2 tag, and then anybody who uses that tag and be like, hey, looking to start up a squad, you'll go ahead and get notifications for that. Yeah, I've got the LEDs over on the printers are working again at long last. That is the new Trinity Tower Classic, we're calling it. It's not the V2. The V2 has extra visual details on it. This is the classic original design of Trinity Tower with just mechanical improvements. The way that the windows print have been improved. The details have been deepened. It has been broken into multiple parts so that you don't have to, those of you who've printed Trinity Tower know that it's a bit daunting. You're like, well, it's going to be printing for 3 days, so let's hope nothing goes wrong in those 3 days. It's been toned down now. I think the largest piece is still about a 1-day print if you're doing it at 0.12 layer height. But, it should be easier. It should be easier. There's a stream tonight. Who died? That's the opposite. If someone died, I wouldn't be streaming. Come on, Rogue. Come on. Thank you so much for that resub, my friend. 11 months. Where does the time go? So, we got a number of things we're going to be working on here tonight. Let me disconnect these little magnet puzzle pieces here. I've gotten a number of these base and tray styles done now, and I want to start throwing down some paint so I can show off the details on them. They don't show up super well with just primer, but we'll get some color down on these. These are all magnetized into the base tray, like so, and then they all connect together to form regiments with these little magnet puzzle piece connectors on the bottom. And I got a good array of detail on them. Let me see. You can see these are 2 different ones. And then one of the nice things about these 4-slot trays is if you really want to mix and match the details, it's just a matter of mix and matching the bases that also have details on them. But like, yeah, I got sort of a Celtic style axe over here. It's all supposed to be fantasy stuff, so it's a little wild but historically based. I've got a little European style bassinet there with the visor flipped up. broken in. You can see that same one over here. Well, it's not the same one. This one has the visor down on this cavalry base, but this one has the forehead kind of caved in. There's a big nasty dent in it. I've been doing a lot of work with ZBrush lately and pretty happy with the results. All the details in the dirt will come out as we actually get some paint down. I got the infantry ones, I got cavalry ones, and this is the new one that I did. This is a hero base. It's larger, it's slightly raised because only one model goes on it, and he can be kind of lifted above the rest. And then I went ahead and added more detail onto this one because it has so much extra space, and I want to really emphasize that there's a hero on here. There's a kettle helm here with a big nasty stone sword kind of chopped down into it. There's another sword over here stabbed in. I got this Viking shield, and then I got sort of a European medieval style shield. Another bassinet. And we got some rocky textures. We got some dirt textures. I'm really, really happy with how these prints have come out, considering how little time I've been using this software. And after all this is painted up, we should be able to go in and add a few tufts here or there, you know, just to kind of spice things up. I'm looking forward to what these are gonna eventually look like as we finish. And then we have... Now, I'm in a little bit of an argument with myself about how to do this. These guys are already attached to their bases, which is fine, but it's going to make it difficult to reach in and paint their bases separately from them. So I'm going to try painting these guys while attached to their base, but I'm thinking as I move forward, what I'm going to do is like I'm going to do with this. I'm going to paint the bases first and separately. I'm going to let them dry. I'm going to prime these guys separately, then I'm going to glue them to their bases, then I'm going to paint them with the bases already done. And that way I'm not trying to paint the bases underneath their feet. I can just focus on the model. We're going to try with these guys, painting them as a whole piece, and we're going to see how it goes. You like the big sword? It's neat, isn't it? It's meant to be like a stone sword. It has a very subtle wood texture on this sort of central strap that connects it together. It's got a bunch of little gouges and nicks and cuts taken out of it, which after printing it, I think I want to redo it and make the gouges bigger and more exaggerated, because it's a challenge of 3D printing at this scale. That you make a detail and you're like, well, there's the detail, it's big and it's obvious and it looks good, and then you print it and you're like, oh yeah, that's right, it's gonna be tiny, and you have to over-exaggerate things to have them look good. And I think this one probably needs a little bit more work. I'm really happy though with how all this came, and the fact that I got it to print cleanly too, with all these funny little bits and everything. The pre-support should be pretty good. I'm really happy with the wood texture on this shield over here, which you probably can't see very well until I get some paint on it, but we'll get that done. Jaguar torsos win. Roland, it soon. I know that you're going to be working on that, so I'll try to prioritize that for you, man. Well, you'll be able to see it even better here in a little bit, I think, Data Nerd. I think I'm just going to start off with taking Burnt Umber as my base for all of these trays and just slathering it on and getting that pre-glaze going. And we are only using 6 colors tonight. And maybe it'll be a disaster. I don't rightly know. We're gonna find out. I have not done this before, so learn right along with me. I'm just going to be applying this pretty thickly across the entire surface and working it into all the crevices, because the goal of this is to, first of all, stain the surface a little bit with the base color, but also the goal is to just create a thin layer of oil across the entire surface of the model. It has been primed with Stynylrez Res black and then a touch of white, but it is establishing that layer of oil, which you can then, from that point, you got to think about it when you're doing oil painting, like you used to with acrylic. You know, you put down more paint anytime you wanna make a layer. You layer it. Think of this as you're establishing a single layer of oil across the whole surface, and then with the other paints, what you're doing is you're just introducing pigments to that layer. And that single layer is what you're going to blend everything into. Now that you don't have to stop there, you can add more layers of paint after the fact, but the basic starting point should be that singular layer. Yeah, other ideas for Heavy Gear Blitz pieces, well, feel free to fire them at me, Roland. I can't promise I'll pick them up, but you know I love new projects, probably to a fault. Pork steaks with green beans and onions, that sounds delicious. Dr. Rhino, you're all logged in. I'm glad to hear that, man. If anybody's up for, like, I'll probably get into some PlanetSide 2 later tonight if anybody's interested in giving it a try. Like, if you want to try tonight, if you've got some time later, it's probably going to be going late, go ahead and get it installed, and we'll squad up and see what we can do. We'll probably just hop into, like, a Valkyrie and cruise around for a while, see if we can't get into some trouble, which I guarantee we can. Looking at the plastic models for Heavy Gear Blitz, Roland, I feel very confident that it would not be difficult for me to make a lot of these particular things that you want, because, man, those models are simple as fuck. Like, really simple. I don't want to make anything that DreamPod 9 already makes themselves. And I think that the reason for that is fairly obvious. But if it's something that they don't make, I'm into it. I'm really hoping, I'm really gonna, I know that a lot of people are like, ooh, oil paints, do complicated things with oil paints, oh, I'm gonna use oil to do this amazing blending job on this complicated character piece. I'm taking this in a different direction. We're using oils to do the most dead-ass, simple, mass-produced army paint schemes that we can, and see if we can't figure out a way to do it with oils, have it look good, and make it fast and easy to do. I'm limiting myself on the amount of detail I am allowed to put down on some of this, because I have a whole lot of fantasy mans to paint, and I really feel like there is an untapped strength in oil for speed painting. Yeah, Datron. I might be full of shit. I may be full of shit. Literally all the time, but one of these days I'm gonna do something I say I'm gonna do. And don't you want to be there when that happens? What's that, zombie brush? What's everybody working on tonight, by the way? People in this chat are generally working on something. And I'm just gonna paint the bases and the tray together because I can't think of a compelling reason not to do that. Oh boy, I can't wait to find out why that is, Rogue. That counts. That counts, Data Nerd. Yeah, that's working on something. It may not be the most creative endeavor, but you know, still needs doing. I think that taking Greg's limited paint challenge to oils is the best possible way to go about this. because I've been overcomplicating, when I have been doing oil painting, I've been overcomplicating things. I've got too many colors, and I'm like, I'm going to use this color, I'm going to use that color, because I'm still thinking in terms of acrylics. And this limited palette painting for oil is I'm going to attempt to get more into the mindset of my base colors and then blends. And limiting myself will force me to think more in terms of using that singular layer of oil that I was talking about. Lord of the Rings Arwen slightly converted into a Sisters of Battle preacher. Ooh! That's pretty interesting. I hope that, Radio Santi, if you haven't posted that to the Storm Report, I would encourage you to. I would love to see that. The Lord of the Rings figures are some of the only Games Workshop figures that I continue to paint from GW. I don't really touch their Warhammer stuff so much anymore, but their Lord of the Rings, hell yeah. I've got an Eowyn and Merry / Dernhelm figure that I need to do some work on. Gothic Garlic, thank you so much for the reminder. Oh, I have busted the cap on this water bottle. Isn't that sad? I wonder if I could print a replacement. Probably. It is just a pop top after all. This is the most raw paint I'm going to use, is in this initial pre-glaze, just because you do have to get it kinda everywhere. After this, it's pretty much just barely touching your paint into the oils. Barely touching your brush into the oils, that's it, that's the one. What game was I looking at the other day? There was some... Okay, Resident Evil Village, that just came out, right? Of course it just came out. Everybody's memeing about it. Everybody's streaming it. I can't bring myself to paint to play it. Resident Evil 8. Oh, that's right. I turned off the thing on Pretzel that makes it so that it's only instrumentals. So we're going to have some tracks today with vocals. I wanted to see if it was distracting or not. So if the vocals and the songs today are distracting, please do let me know. I just wanted to expand our options a little bit. Yeah, I heard somebody saying, though, yeah, the Dummy Mommy game. I started to play Resident Evil 7 Biohazard, and I liked what they were doing with it, with the whole, like, murderous hillbilly aesthetic. But I didn't really continue with it. I don't know, spooky games and me. As far as spooky games go, I've wanted to play that game GTFO for a while, but I can never find enough people who own it and want to play it. I might give another run at that, but... So, you know, I'm fine with watching streams of Resident Evil 8. But what I'm getting at is that I saw somebody, you know, asking, like, is it a good game? Should I get it? And I saw a bunch of people say, no, it's only... I think somebody said, oh, it's only like 13 hours of gameplay. It's only like 13 hours of gameplay. You shouldn't get it. All the you know... I'm paying $60 for a game, it better have 137 hours of gameplay. And that just got me to thinking, like, isn't that kind of weird? Like, these games with their insane, the crazy claims they put on the back of the box or in the marketing material of like, oh, 600 hours of gameplay. I've almost always found that to be games like Assassin's Creed or Skyrim, where it's like, technically, yeah, you can play it for hundreds of hours, but it's like... If you count fishing in every goddamn watering hole or doing the same quest a bunch of times as content, sure. Some of the best games I've ever played, and for that matter paid full price for, are games like Titanfall 2, who, now that has a good multiplayer component, so in theory endless playtime, but the main campaign is a few hours. I'd say like you can get through it in 5-6 hours without too much difficulty, and I don't feel at all skimped by the length of that game, even at a full $60 price. Yeah, that's just it. Like, I don't understand the use of gameplay, length of play, as a metric. I don't get that. You should be focused on the quality of play. And if the game is 3 hours long and there's nothing to do in it, okay, fine. I've played plenty of games where you can say it has infinite gameplay because it's procedural and it's been just the most boring shit that I don't want to play. Actual gameplay time, less than 3 hours because I fucking quit. But I mean, I think about, like, if I pay to go to the movies, something I don't really do anymore. But let's say that I did pay to go see a film. That shit's expensive. When you work in all the extra stuff, all the extra expenses, when you really think about, like, alright, look, I gotta pay for gas, probably gonna go to dinner, so I just roll that price right in, like, alright, that's, you know, it's another $50, $50 to $100 right there. Gotta actually drive there, so that's taking my time. Gotta get tickets, which are fucking expensive. Usually get some snacks or some drinks while I'm there too, that's more money. And then sit there and actually do it. And you get, you know, at most 2 hours of entertainment that isn't even really guaranteed, because a lot of movies suck. And I've already spent, you know, $75 to $150 on this whole experience, and under the best of circumstances, I'm gonna get 2 hours of really, really good entertainment. So how is saying $60 for 13 hours of quality entertainment, like, what is the math on that? What is the objective breakdown of how saying 13 hours for a game is no good? Like, I don't understand it. As a few people have mentioned in chat, and as I agree, we should be focused on the quality of that gameplay, should we not? Because, yeah, like, Titanfall 2 single-player campaign is maybe 5-6 hours long, but I think I've played Titanfall 2 single-player campaign for more than... oh god. I've probably played it enough times that I've played it for 30 solid hours, just the single-player. Because it's great! Because it's well-crafted, and a lot of people... companies, marketing companies, have become focused on the length of gameplay metric, and I think it's bullshit when you apply it to games, particularly like Ubisoft games, like your fucking Assassin's Creed, because it's like, yeah, a bajillion hours of gameplay. If by gameplay you mean hunting for flags, running on rooftops and hoping you find some flags. How engaging. I don't consider that gameplay. That's bullshit. That's padding. It's not even good padding. Grinding counts as gameplay. You know, for a lot of people it does. And this is something I realized when I was talking a little while ago with Steela Rebel about what games we've been playing lately. Some people, like, we all enjoy different things, and for some people that grind, that what I kind of view as that the Skinner box, the you know, push the button over and over and eventually you get a reward, like that kind of gameplay really does appeal to some people. Watching the numbers tick up on their personal achievements and their gameplay counters and stuff like that makes some people happy. And you know what? It did for me for a long time too. I played World of Warcraft when it first came out. I played a lot of MMOs in which I was just like, I'm building my character, the numbers keep going up, the gear keeps getting incrementally better, and I was like, fuck yeah, this is awesome. I had a lot of fun playing it, and I don't discount the fun that I had. I don't feel like, oh, that wasn't real fun. You know, I did have fun. Objectively, that is what happened. I don't feel like that time was wasted. But I don't have fun doing that now. Times and tastes and myself, these things have all changed. And I can't really get into those grindy games so much anymore. Like, I've tried, and it's just like, what am I doing? I'm done. And I end up going to the more crafted experience games. And maybe that's why I've become more focused on or why I've sort of addressed my metrics for what makes a good game. My standards, my expectations. Because these days, I'd rather spend 5 hours on a game that's fucking great than have a game that's gonna occupy me for 30 hours in a week. Who the fuck... That's not a nice thing. I don't want to use phrases like that. I don't want to say things like, who the fuck has 30 hours to spend on a game? Because the fact is, life is vast and complex, and people have different reasons for having that much time. There's nothing wrong with having time on your hands, nor how you spend the time that you have. But I don't right now. And what time I have, I don't want to spend doing that. I'm able to get into PlanetSide 2 again because that game is just like, it's fun to play moment to moment. It's grindy in the sense that you build up certs and unlock stuff to get new stuff, but getting new stuff is not the primary draw of the game. It's not the main fun. That, and I have to give PlanetSide 2, their upgrades, their unlocks, are generally... They're not straight upgrades. Most of their unlocks for weapons and stuff are side grades and alternatives, and they've actually done a really good job with that. The basic weapons that you start off with in the game are just some of the best all-rounders you're ever going to have, and you never have to move past them if you don't want to. Out here waving his cane. Back in my day, you would find clues in the back of the manual that came with the game, and that's how you proved that you bought it. Actually, that was a thing. I remember playing, like, Quest for Glory 4, Shadows of Darkness, and you get to this part of the game where you got to go into this mad scientist laboratory, but to get in, there are these puzzles that ask you for alchemical recipes, and it'll just be like, give me the alchemical recipe for such and such, and the only way you can find that is those codes are in the back of the game manual, and this was their way of preventing piracy. It was like you have to have bought the game and have the manual, or at least have somebody who has the manual. And, you know, back then you couldn't just look it up online. I'd love to have 30 hours a week to game, right? That'd be nice. If I spend 30 hours in a week gaming now, that just means there's a bunch of shit I haven't done that I should have been doing. That doesn't mean it doesn't happen from time to time when I get on like a RimWorld kick. Somebody is streaming Quest for Glory 4 to Square. Would you link me that? I would fucking love to watch somebody playing old Quest for Glory games. I love those games. Even in Romeo Void, it's good to see you. Game makers are encouraged to make grinding a less pleasant experience so the publisher can sell DLC to bypass stuff. Yeah, and you know, it's depressing is that these are all things that we saw when this... And I really don't want to sound like just some old fucking fogue, like, back in my day, the games were better. But things have changed, and whether they've changed for the better is a matter of perspective. But... And this is going to be the old fogiest sounding thing I say all night. Actually, that's probably not true. I'll say something else. But... do any of you remember when they used to sell us whole entire games at a time? Like, you'd get the whole game, you just bought it, you get the whole game. And you'd install it, and you'd play it, and then we entered the era where they were like, you can now download new content for the game, and it was like, this is fucking amazing. And some of us feared, as it moved on, that this would turn into, well, what happens when somebody releases an incomplete game, just being a lazy asshole, and then sort of fixes it by releasing downloadable content later? What happens then? Well, we have the answer to that. What happens then? The market sucks their dick, and they're totally allowed to do it. In fact, they're allowed to become one of the largest companies on the planet. And that is just the depressing truth. It's not entirely bad, because it gives publishers the opportunity sometimes to go back and fix their mistakes. No Man's Sky is a good example of that. Not a matter of time, it's a matter of popularity. The more popular a thing becomes, the crappier it becomes. There is some real truth in that, Spaztech, and I don't mean that in the purely edgy, like, everything popular is bad way, but it's like, the more a product tries to appeal to everyone, the less interesting it becomes. The fewer risks it takes, and thus the more, you know, made by committee it must necessarily be. And the same is true of all entertainment. And the thing is, like, I'm not saying they're evil for doing this. It makes perfect sense. These are companies. They're trying to make money. They're going to go with the trends, concepts, and ideas that make them the most money. They'd be foolish to do anything else. But that reality means that, like, Blizzard, for instance, was one of my favorite companies for so many years. They produced so much quality content, you guys. Including the first few rounds of World of Warcraft were so fucking great. And over time, they've just turned to shit. They have just turned to absolute fucking garbage. One of the worst companies on the planet. Releasing the same shit over and over in slightly different packaging. Coming up with what amount to, like, child gambling simulators to keep the fucking profits rolling in. And not to sound, like, I don't want to sound like I'm anti... I'm very much... I am not a fan of the Chinese government. I have no problem with Chinese people. Let me just get that out of the way before I say anything. But the market over there has become so damn large, and there are so many people in China who, like, they've, up until now, been mostly rural farmers, and suddenly now they have access to wireless networks and smartphones, not necessarily PCs, but smartphones. And so there is this huge market for always online smartphone games, and Blizzard is just like all about that. All about it. Because there's so much money to be made, and I'm sorry, but these people, they like shit. They like garbage. Maybe, I guess more accurately, they can only play garbage. They've only been exposed to garbage. It's a different market, but there's so much money in it that it's just taking the fuck over. And it's depressing. It's depressing to watch the core concepts of gaming as you grew up with them just die beneath a totally alien marketplace that your favorite companies are desperately trying to court. Thunderhead stream dies for shit-talking the Chinese government. I'll shit-talk the Chinese government. I'll shit-talk fucking Chinese investors because I fully maintain that it was Chinese investors that killed one of my favorite series. You want a timeline? Pacific Rim comes out 2013 from Legendary Pictures. 2016, Legendary Pictures is purchased by Chinese conglomerate The Wanda Group. 2018, Pacific Rim Uprising comes out, in which they murder the only Japanese character in an incredibly undignified and ridiculously over-the-top way, completely write out the rest of the main characters and replace them with Chinese models. It's so fucking blatant. It's so blatant. And I'm not going to sit here and say that I have some kind of moral high ground over them or that Hollywood has any ethical room to talk. That doesn't mean I'm going to fucking like it, though. Oh, yeah, they do. They bought a property with a Japanese character, and they were like, how quickly can we kill that character? And how undignified can we make it? Mako Mori's death was ridiculous. It was like they took pleasure in it. I think they probably did. Given that they're only now getting into gaming, they don't know what good games have historically... No, they'll buy any shit. It's really tragic, because the Chinese market is getting into gaming, getting access to gaming at a time when gaming has been refined into a fucking money-making machine that produces the cheapest possible product for the maximum possible reward. And it's depressing. But we're gonna keep getting it. Like, I can complain about it all day. I can be like, Chinese bad, company's bad. It's not gonna change anything. Just means I'm gonna bitch more. Is the US market not still bigger? Not really. And also, the Western market has higher standards. You release games over here, they have to be complex, multifaceted, well-supported, multi-port games. You gotta have a PC version, you gotta have a console version, you've gotta actually support it, it has to do new things, and then we'll give you some money. Over there, make just any old piece of shit that runs on any old fucking smartphone, and they will slurp it up. And if you put in a gambling mechanic, they will spend so much fucking money on it. It's just really, really easy to make that money, so I can't blame them for chasing it, I suppose. But it results in them not wanting to make things for us because we have fucking standards. If you can take, like, all... you know, some game companies actually like to make games, believe it or not, and they're still making good stuff. But I started this by bringing up Blizzard. Blizzard has fully embraced that market. Blizzard, at this point, is just like, what is the least amount of money we can invest in a product and make maximum return on? And the answer to that question is mass market mobile games for the Chinese market. Why do you think that Diablo 3 was released on fucking with a mobile version? It wasn't because anyone in the Western market wanted it, I can tell you that. Roland, let's not take it that far. Hey, what's up, Lore Friendly? But I'm done bitching. You know, about that. I'll bitch about something else. Yeah, don't you guys have phones? Oh my god, that was the most brain-dead, tone-deaf response. What have I missed so far, Lore Friendly? I've been whining about a bunch of old man stuff. I've been like, why aren't games good anymore? Why aren't movies good anymore? Why do people like things that I don't like? It's been pretty sad, really. But, you know, it keeps me going. The usual valueless dribble. Let's talk about Pacific Rim 2. Let's not talk about that. Let's talk about something good that we've watched recently. Have you guys seen Turbo Kid? I watched that just the other day and I really, really liked it. I also watched The Editor, but I don't recommend that one to anybody unless you're a big fan of old Italian horror movies, which, let's face it, most people aren't. And why would you be? They're terrible. Yeah, Turbo Kid's great. Did I get your DM? I might not have, Spaztech. If you would send it to me again to be sure, I'd appreciate that. Yeah, Turbo Kid is great fun. I was kind of disappointed with Michael Ironside's inclusion in Turbo Kid up until the last scene, the big reveal, which I don't want to give away. There is a reveal at the end about Michael Ironside that you probably will see coming, but still. And then it was like he had phoned in almost the entire rest of his performance. He was just like, whatever, I'm the bad evil guy. And then for like 5 minutes, they let Michael Ironside off the chain. And he decided to have some fun with it, and oh my god, he was great. It's not fair to say he was phoning it in. He was just kind of understated for the rest of the movie. And to be fair, understated for Turbo Kid is still pretty off the fucking wall. There's a new Starship Troopers. Which one, Rogue? The answer is almost certainly no, I have not. Let's, you know what, Pretzel, let's just go ahead and not ever do that again. How about that? How about that? Let's never, ever play that song again. Yee. Romantic comedy, which Ironside was the male romantic lead. I don't want to see, no. What? Michael Ironside is the romantic lead? The only movie I can remember seeing him where he even had romantic implications was, like, Total Recall, when he was banging what's-her-name, who Arnold killed. That's Sharon Stone? Rapid tabletop painting with oils. Do you have techniques you're planning on following for that? Lore friendly. Generally speaking, I'm going to be using some techniques very similar to dry brushing to just try to catch some edges and do some light blending. We're kind of making it up as we go, though, so I wouldn't worry too much about the particulars. The techniques I plan to employ involve such widely hailed and used techniques as fake it till you make it, and just do whatever. I'm gonna try to use, like I said, some techniques very similar to dry brushing that I've used with some success on some small pieces and oils. Once you have this pre-glazed layer of oil down, you really don't need much of any paint on your brush to start laying down some extra pigments and such. I thought it was Sharon Stone. For a second I doubted myself. I shouldn't. I have seen Total Recall way too many times. Does sound odd, because yeah, Michael Ironside, like, one of the most positive roles he's played was in Starship Troopers, and he was still not exactly a protagonist like he was within the context of the story, but in the satirical, tongue-in-cheek Paul Verhoeven sense, he was not. In that sense, he was a lingering reminder of the failures of the previous generation. Played a lot of 3, but like 2 a lot more. Yeah, Diablo 2 was where the series peaked. I was not a fan of 3. 3 got really cartoony, and it was... I preferred 2 more. 2 was really fucking dark. And I liked that about it. You know, in the same way that Diablo 1 was. And then it got, I don't want to say lighthearted, but definitely goofier when 3 came out. Diablo 3 was a good example of Blizzard trying to create games via, like, Diablo 1, Diablo 2 had vision. There was an idea there. There was an artistic reason for them to exist. And then 3 was like, what do the focus groups say our audience wants? Do those things. Open world? Yeah, let's do that. Enhance the randomized loot with boxes and bullshit that you can buy with an in-game store? Yeah, we need to make more money. Like I said, I can't blame them for doing it, but I don't have to like it. I can still dislike it. And oh boy, do I ever. That and the actual story was pretty weak in my opinion. Hey, what's up, Gus Schultz? How you doing today, man? Rangonius with that Prime resub. Thank you so much for the support, my friend. It means absolutely the world. I reorganized the chat commands, by the way. If you go down and look below chat in the About section at the panel that has all the chat commands listed, I have updated them to the most recent ones. I'm going to be adding some more to that soon. Absolutely impossible. Data Nerd, have you played... You probably have. Have you played Path of Exile? Because Path of Exile reminds me a lot of old Diablo. The story is so fucking dark and so opaquely presented. Maybe not opaque, obliquely presented. Like, you can pick it up.
Just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere. It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
That's all we're doing today is glorbing. Glorbin's the name of the game. Data Nerd, check out Path of Exile. If you like that style of game, if you enjoy Diablo 2 more than Diablo 3, you'll probably enjoy Path of Exile. It's real dark. And the storyline is like not presented to you at all at first. You get bits and pieces, and then as you play through it, you can kind of pick up the craziness of the world. Yeah, and Path of Exile has no real currency in-game. Which these days is a plus. I understand that companies have to make money. I do. I really get that. I also have to make money. I understand. But the blind pursuit of profit is the death of artistic vision, and I think that that has been proven over and over and over again. Are there artists who have come out the other end still doing art? Certainly there are, but they are the exception. They are not the rule. Multiplayer Diablo, oh my god. For D2, it's been a long time. A real long time. Yeah, give Path of Exile a try, though. I think you'll like it. I'm gonna have to refill my burnt umber at the end of this. I'm actually using a lot of it. Divinity Original Sin is a lot of fun, too. Yeah, I'm with you, though. It's silly and it's goofy, while still being a lot of fun and having some good writing in it. Path of Exile is not silly or goofy at all. It's a little horrifying, if I'm being honest. They did that Warhammer 40k one a little while ago called Inquisitor Martyr. That one's not terrible. It's a Diablo-like, isometric action RPG, and I've had fun with that one. Games Workshop is oddly terrible at licensing their own IP. I don't know why. They have licensed themselves to make relatively few, good AAA quality games, and a whole lot of real shit, like mobile games and crap. They've gotten better recently. They've had a few pretty good releases and a few good licensing deals. I think Inquisitor Martyr is a decent one. But for a long time there, it was just shit, 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 and more shit. Yeah, Space Marine was a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun in Space Marine. It had problems, but the core gameplay was enjoyable enough to keep me going. I like the multiplayer for that one. I don't think I played it after they introduced the Dreadnought mode. I remember them doing that, but I did not play it. They've got a new, Vermintide style one coming out. Darktide, I think it's called. I am kind of excited for that. Darktide looks good. Divinity Original Sin 2 is also a good deal of fun. I like their concepts. The realization falls short in a few ways. They have the whole elemental combination concept where it's like, oh, stuff on the ground. If the ground is on fire, and, you add poison, it becomes poisonous fire. Blah, 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 blah. You can combine elemental effects to create crazy environments, and things can get wacky real quickly. Unfortunately, what that actually translates into is every single fight, the ground is entirely covered in cursed fire after a certain point. It's just like that. That's just, these are the types of damage people are doing. Everything's gonna be on fire, and that fire is gonna be cursed. When rubber meets road, cursed fire spreads over everything. Yeah, Drakari, I agree. Like, they wield their IP like a bat, and it's like they don't have to fucking care. If they release some shitty mobile 40k game, it's not like it's gonna hurt their brand. Not really. Nobody's gonna be like, oh, the latest mobile game for 40k is shit, so I'm not gonna buy their models anymore. That's not their bread and butter. Hell no. So they can afford to just be like, yeah, whatever, make a stupid fucking game, send me some money, I'm gonna keep working on the actual 40k game. Their primary market is not mobile consumers. Hey, welcome back, Project Dark Fox. I don't know. If I can combine all my bitching for the last little while into one central point, it would be, I don't know. I don't know, I just don't like it. Oh, how many more of these do I have to go? Let's go ahead and do this one with the guys actually standing on it. Rumor has it the Thunderhead is live. Oh my god. Oh my god. Pond Burn, 16 months. We're hitting that sweet 16 today for a number of people. How you doing today, Pond Burn? Thank you so much for the support, man. I really, really do appreciate it. I love seeing those numbers just because I know, like, man, you've been hanging out with me here in this goofy ass chat for that long? Wowee. How you doing today, Pond Burn? What are you working on? Not a fan of this song either. Got some new music mixed in today because I turned off the instrumental only feature. I'm not sure if I'm gonna leave it off. This one model, his magnet got installed a little wonkily, so he's a little wobbly. Look at that. Bung, 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 bung. That was my fault. All the rest of them sit real nice, but this one guy, I'm gonna take a little bit of extra TLC. Wait until the LGS is able to open for having people for more than 15 minutes. Yeah, I'm glad that we are slowly and painfully approaching that threshold at long last as people continue to resist it for some stupid fucking reason. Oh, the world. It tires me so. Tire is the right word. I don't even really get angry anymore. I just get tired. Anger takes energy. Anger takes a certain level of commitment that I'm not willing to put forward. For some things. Aw, hey Tiny Hands. Go to bed, you. Get newer brushes for oils this time? No, White Wolf, I'm using some just crappy synthetics. Same ones I've been using. This one here has rapidly become my just knock-around brush. Co-owner's a massive Battletech fan. We've been talking a lot about running a Destiny campaign in store. Dude, that'd be awesome. I cannot, like, for all the whining and complaining that I do about this, that, and the other thing, I cannot adequately express my excitement that Battletech has gotten its second wind like it has. So many new people have become interested in it. It's just inspiring. There was a time there when you could be forgiven for thinking that BattleTech was on its way out. That it was dying. Because it just was. A new life has been breathed in, and it is a relief. Because it's a wonderful property. And I'd like to see it go on and continue to be vital and to thrive well beyond even its current IP holders. Because it dances from company to company like crazy. Yeah, lots of old fans returning, and one of the most vibrant and active 3D printing communities in all of wargaming. Which you guys might not know this. I'm kind of a fan of 3D printing. It seems weird, I know. Yeah, Spaz. Spibbity spoon bong. Catalyst holds it at present. And likely will for some time. They've been doing a decent job with it. They're ramping up to release a bunch of new campaign materials and carry it forward into the Ill Clan era that I just can't make myself care about no matter how many times I've tried. I feel like people always say that the continuing storyline of the war game is what makes it interesting, and I just, maybe I'm alone in this, or maybe I'm just a fucking edgelord, but I feel like the opposite is true. Oh my god, how is this synth anything? What the fuck? That was horrible. Hamburg, thank you so much for the reminder. Oh, there we go, get that proper back support. I mean, I am an edgelord, that much is just true, but that doesn't mean I'm wrong. Yeah, I've been looking at that thing about Gunship opening their license to basically everybody. I'm contemplating taking advantage of that, though I have not yet. Yeah, I am cheating slightly. I am including Ivory Black. Because it's a very, very useful color, and I think limiting myself to 6 is still doing a pretty good job at this particular exercise. And so this is an interesting point, Drakari, because I see it the opposite way. Like, I really quite like wargame settings that are like, hey, everything's fucked and everything's always gonna be fucked and there's no chance for redemption. Now let's talk about some teeny tiny little interesting character stories that happen within that setting. Like, the setting of a wargame really just needs to establish a series of circumstances within which interesting stories can happen. It doesn't really need to engage in a grand story. I get that they do, I get that it's popular. Like, what I'm talking about here is really just my preferences, and clearly not everyone's, because, you know, take a look around. I always find the grand story more of an inconvenience than anything because it takes away the opportunities for the old small stories that I fell in love with in the first place. I think Warhammer 40k, like, their whole theme is one of the greatest sacrifices that they've made for continuing their setting, because now it's like the whole concept of, oh, technology is treated as magic and there is no new tech. Like, this was one of the central features of the story and the setting for me, and now it's like, oh, never mind, we got new stuff, forget about that. Yeah, we made hover tanks. They're great. We got new armor too. Fuck you. Yeah, whatever. I don't really have a problem with it. It definitely caused me to lose most of my interest in 40k. Maybe it's not what caused me to lose my interest in 40k. Maybe that was more. Maybe that had more to do with me than the story. That's entirely possible. I could be blaming the wrong things. All I can do is correlate when it actually happened, and those two things go together. I don't think it's particularly untoward, White Wolf, to say, in my very limited palette of colors, I'm going to include white and black. From what I've seen, that's sort of basic. When people say, I'm going to do a limited palette, they'll often be like, alright, so white, black, and what else? Because otherwise I'm just saying, I've got to mix my own black, and the problem that I have with this palette is if I'm going to mix my own black, it's going to be a warm black, and I want a cool black. And I don't really have any way to get that without just using ivory black. Oh, I see. I haven't opened my mind enough. I'm using an entirely new medium in an entirely new method and limiting myself to 6 rather than several hundred, but I'm not opening my mind enough. Okay. It doesn't count unless I chop off my toes, too. I am not crotchetier than usual. I'm always this What the... Alright, I'm turning back on the no vocal setting because it keeps giving me fucking garbage. Get out of here. Get out of here. Maybe a little crotchetier than usual. It's possible. Hey, 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 what's up, Mafik? How you doing? Toes are a crutch. In some ways, yes, they are. So one of the things I really like about this style of tray and base basing is that in theory I can paint far fewer of the trays. You don't really have to have a tray for every single unit that you have. You have to have trays for all the units that you're going to use in any given game. So if you can figure out the maximum number of squads, you can paint far more models than you're going to use and then just use the same trays. Hey, Amateur Paint Hour. Welcome in. That's okay. That's okay, Riot Sister.
Like I told my last wife, I says, honey, I never drive faster than I can see. Besides that, it's all in the reflexes.
Just a touch more. I'm gonna have to mix up some more burnt umber. I just keep using it all. Having a snacky poo now, that's a terrible snack. Oh. Gothic Garlic, I think I missed one of your redemptions trying to keep me from drying out over here. Thank you very much. Yes, make him feel the love. Force it upon it. Wait, no, that's not good. As soon as that started to come out of my mouth, I knew that it was wrong. Yes, Project Dark Fox, yes, thank you. You didn't have to actually say it, but yes, that's accurate. Oh, the square. Thank you so much. I've been slouching like crazy. I need to get a new chair. This one is starting to make me slouch since it keeps sinking down. Oh, Garlic, thank you so much for the biddies. And Kursala. Dude, an old metal Minotaur was mediocre at best. Gonna take a second stab at it soon. Yeah, revisiting projects that don't go the best always takes me time. But it needs to be done. Gonna paint the sides of the bases within the group bases later, or leave them in. I mean, I'm probably gonna black rim everything. Just a thin layer of pure black once everything else is done. I'll probably even do that with some acrylic at the end. Spots I didn't get. Oh my god. Hamburg Tack, thank you so much for those gift subs. Going out to Heretic Scott and Tiny Tusk. A couple of wonderful, wonderful individuals. I wonder what, Tiny Tusk is a recent follower. I wonder what Heretic Scott's been up to. That guy's a really, really good painter. Hey, what's up, Hootie Hoo? How you doing? Good to see you, man. I got you in for a little... Oh, my lord. Oh, my lord. What is happening here? Walter's Workshop. Been working on one of those raids from the look of things. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in, Walter. How you doing? Guys, if you're not following Walter's Workshop, I have a hard time believing.
To Thunderhead Studios.
This is important.
Where the only rule is...
Please don't show me your genitals.
Have fun, be safe, and above all...
Don't show them to me, for the love of God. Don't do it. You might be thinking to yourself, but Thunderhead, they're wonderful. They're fantastic. Everyone should see them. I'm sure that on some level you want to. You may even be right, but I'm just here to tell you that this is not the appropriate forum, guys. This is not the appropriate forum. We're not on OnlyFans. Maybe you got a little confused. We only do that on Fridays. Oh God. Oh no. Humor in this channel has taken a sharp dip recently. Walter, what were you working on over there, man? I didn't get a chance to stop into your stream before I got started today. Have you been working on Curse City lately? Gothic Garlic, thank you so much for the reminder. Rules are meant to be broken. No. Not in this case. There are many jokes that I'm happy to play along with, but let me assure you that that rule is not meant to be broken, viewers. I'm not using reverse psychology. I don't secretly want to see your junk, I promise. Do not listen to Walter, whatever it is that you do. But welcome in, Raiders. We are working on a little bit of Conquest, the Last Argument of Kings, mostly basing today. Testing a couple of methods to see where I want to wind up. Working on some Curse City, drifting a bit, so I decided to end a little early. I feel you on that one, man. I've been real low energy today. We've got more work to do, though. We're using some oil paints today, too. I haven't really done much oil painting, but I'm experimenting with some methods specifically that I can apply to batch painting, because, man, I've got a lot of figures from this range to work on. A whole lot. Oh yeah, that's because Project Dark Fox has been working on not safe for Twitch content. Do not try this at home. A lot of people are picking up Conquest lately. Hethrir just bought himself a box of the Spires because he liked it, and we're going to be meeting up this summer a couple of times, so we're going to try to get a few games of that in. I'm probably going to be playing 100 Kingdoms. I don't know how it is that in a setting with as many unique and crazy factions, like really off-the-wall factions that you can potentially play as, I somehow got stuck playing generic humans. I don't know why. Like, it's not even like I'm not complaining about it. I like the 100 Kingdoms. I like their aesthetic quite a lot. As far as generic humans go, I find them very appealing. I just don't know how this happened to me. The original Terhon? The original Terhon? Oh, wait, no, that's offensive. Oh, God. The original Terhon, thank you. I assume that's how you pronounce it. Thank you so much for the follow. I think I missed one just a minute ago, too, but welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers, and also to you, Henotic Mom, with that extra long, drawn-out M. Thoroughly appreciated. Thank you so much for the follow, and welcome in. Just to set the stage a little bit for you here, so you know what you're into, so you know what you're in for, as it were.
As Crackling Thunderspunk, yeah!
That would be approximately the level of humor that we generally get up to in this stream. So if that didn't make your eyes roll involuntarily, then you're in good company. Oh my God! It's the Thunder Mom! What's up? Welcome in! Everybody say hello to Riot Sister's mom, and be fucking couth about it while you're at it. Show some fucking decorum. A little dignity. You bunch of animals. And you're welcome. I hope you had a great Mother's Day. Yes, Sphere, we do limit the voice commands to subscribers. We had to draw the line somewhere. This is the value that comes with a subscription to the channel.
50 Shades of Coal Gray. And as he pulled his stiff bristles out of my wet fluids, I yelled out, "No, Thunderhead! You need to thin that paint first!"
Oh, we really are some classy fuckers around here. Zio Reimer, my God, thank you so much for that resub. 14 months.
Go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere. It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
We're not. We are. This is Glorb fucking city right here. This is concentrated, pure Glorb time. I will watch my mouth. I have a little camera monitor, so I can at least do that
to
much.
50 Shades of Coal Gray, Chapter 2. And as I lay on the cold, unforgiving table, my liquid spewing out from beneath me across the polished surface,
oh my God.
I look up to see Thunderhead shaking his head, eyes alight with disappointment, as he cleans his brush.
We need to get some fresh chaotic harmony. Fresh, new insights into the twisted workings of his mind. Oh, they're not Zio Reimer. No, they're not at all. But thank you so much for that resub, man. We've had some pretty big resubs today. We've had a couple people hitting 16 months. It just kind of blows my mind that I've been streaming long enough and capable of receiving subs long enough for people to have subbed for 16 months. It's kind of amazing. I'm still not entirely sure what it means to have one's eyes alight with disappointment, but I'm not going to question the fanfic, Walter. Hey, Joanne1760, and a very good afternoon to you.
There's something about Canopian catgirls that give me that warm, fuzzy feeling. Maybe it's just my allergies.
No, the magnet in this one is a little bit wonky too. Oh well. It's not really a big deal. It's not really a big deal after all. Shadow makes hobbies. My, 6 months. It has been a while. How are you? I hope that the world has been treating you well. Yeah, I thought that was probably you, Carla. I saw some of your messages pop up on social media earlier today, and I was like, oh, Carla J. Reynolds must be back at it. What's on the printer, Zeo Rhymer? You can always hit !STL to get a readout of what I've got going on my 3D printer cam up there in the corner. But that's some fresh Battletech terrain, a redux of the classic Trinity Tower, one of our more popular centerpiece items. I have gone back and made a number of mechanical improvements to it to improve printability, to make it look better, to make it easier to paint, and broken it into multiple pieces, which is really the big deal to help with making it easier to print, because previously it's like, I'm printing Trinity Tower, so this is going to be 3 freaking days. Awesome. It's still 3 days, but you can break those days up now and not just have to hope that nothing goes wrong or you waste an entire print. Do I ever paint model tanks like World War II tanks? So I haven't for a long time, Mafik. I have done it. I used to play bolt action, so I did a number of French tanks when I was doing that. But I have not for a long time. Alright, well I think I can go back and start removing this pre-glaze now that we've done all 6 of these trays. And I can look at a little bit of extra glazing after. I'm just going to use a full-size sponge for this because I don't have any tiny areas to reach into for the most part. Paint me like your French tanks. I caught Hootie Hoo in chat earlier, and I'm sorry, a lot of stuff was happening at the moment, at the time, Hootie Hoo. But could we get a shout out, pretty please, for Hootie Hoo? A really, truly excellent art streamer who does a lot of digital art in an anime style here on Twitch, who has recently transitioned over to being a VTuber, which is a whole realm of the internet that I had no understanding of until he started doing it. But apparently he's enjoying it because the quality of his VTubing, his little digital avatar, has increased so much in such a short time. Like when he started doing it, he had this little 2D guy that kind of represented him on the stream, and I went in the other night and he's got like full hand tracking and face tracking, and it gets his facial expressions, and I'm just like, oh my god. it's like a real person, but he's a cartoon. Pondburn, you take it easy, man. Go get you some sleep. Alright, let that sit a wee little bit longer. Ooh, I didn't put out any white spirits. Hang on. I should know better than that. Thundertuber win. Oh no. I don't see that happening. I am thankfully enough pretty comfortable just using my own face. It did make me think, like, if I was gonna VTube, if this was a thing that I wanted to do, what would I do? And honestly, If I could, like, if someone said, you have to be a VTuber, what is your avatar going to be? I would want, like, a cartoon version of myself. Like a slightly stylized representation of me, but then with the, like, missing half a face like Terminator, like in Terminator 1. With the metal skull underneath. That's what I would do. It's a metaphor. Because deep inside, I'm really a killer robot. No, that's not true. Different sort of transition, Joey. Alright. Start wiping some of this away and see what we're left with. Ooh, that's nice. Nice and simple, picks up the texture real easy. More tank artwork. One of them that you named the Tumor, eh, Mafik? I'll be very curious to see what earned that name from you. I always like the names you associate with your tanks and infantry and armor and such. I should probably wear a second glove. I'm gonna wind up with oil on my fingers. But, you know, probably should and going to are two very different things. This is just one color sphere. This is nothing but burnt ochre so far. That's all we've put down. I'm gonna mix in some other colors to make the dirt more interesting as we go. But I'm always kind of impressed after this pre-glazing step how good it actually looks when all you do is put down some paint, let it stain for a while, and then wipe it away. Well, the goal too, sphere... sorry, did I say ochre? Yeah, I meant burnt umber. The goal too, sphere, here is to not spend a lot of time doing crazy oil blends and doing some high-level paint job, but to figure out oil speed painting techniques to get effective-looking models while investing not a whole lot of time and effort. So I'm sort of trying to develop those today so that I can apply them very quickly over the rest of my Conquest forces. But if I want to introduce more color to this dirt, it should be a simple matter of just kind of scumbling it in, if you will. Again, this is just putting down paint and then pulling some of it off. So the logic behind this lore-friendly is the way oils work, the way that they blend. You don't want to layer them in the sense that you would layer acrylics, where you put down some paint, and then you put down some other paint, and maybe you blend them together a little bit, maybe you don't, then you layer some paint on top of some other. It doesn't work as well. What you really want to get started is a layer of oil across most of or all of the mini in a base tone that you can then go over and blend more pigments into. You think about it like on an acrylic painted figure, you're going to have many different layers.
And so I painted
of color.
on some metallics. Bitches love metallics.
But we're not using any today. Whereas with this, you're going to have one singular layer of oils across the entire thing. You can do more layers with oils if you wait a little while or use different consistencies or thicknesses. But you really just want the one layer of oil that you then go into and start blending your other tones into and get more complicated. And this is the application of that. You apply a good thick layer, you let it stain into the primer coat, and then you wipe off the excess. And this is what I'm hoping for. Like, if you just did this, like, that's pretty good looking dirt. I could fucking leave it right there and not have to worry about it. Because here we have a very similar set here. This is what I did. I just laid on a bunch of burnt umber, and here's after I wiped it off. And then I'm going to come in here with some other colors and kind of mingle them in here to make the dirt more interesting. But this is sort of what I'm trying to push, is that you can use stupid, simple techniques and still get a good look out of oil painting. I think that we complicate it more than it needs to be in our minds. I know that I did until I really started doing it more. But see, now when I come in to add colors, I'm going to be using almost no paint. Like, really, so little paint on the brush. Basically nothing. But because the oils are already here, I'm going to be able to blend those down into the colors without having to actually lay down a bunch of paint material, a bunch of real oil. If that makes sense. I know I'm not explaining it as well as, say, Wapelius would, but it's the same concept. Thank you so much for the reminder, by the way, Gothic Garlic. I'm sure there's a better way to put it, but just think of it as establishing a paint layer into which you will then blend the rest of the paint.
It's okay to be sloppy. Bonus points if it's white paint.
Oh, yep. Let me check my lumbar support here. But basically, if I can get nuanced-looking paint jobs out of a minimum number of steps, that's what I'm gonna do. So we're figuring out how possible that is today. As far as basing goes, like I said, like, put it down, sponge it off. I've already done the majority of the work.
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Coal Gray, Chapter 4. Thunderhead slowly brushed up and down the leg of the miniature as I watched from the desk, my glistening paint waiting for his brush to get even more. The desire was there, he knew that, but he still kept painting that mech's crevices again and again, even after his paint ran thin. "Oh, I suppose I need more paint," he said, smirking as he reached past me for another jar, dipping his brush deep inside of it while I watched in agony.
In agony. Like, see, you can already get some of that wood texture there on the shield, which you couldn't even really see before. Holy moly, what's up, Vergaderung? How we doing? We're hitting that 16... I need to go back and see what we were doing 16 months ago. What we streamed 16 months ago, because that was apparently the stream when a lot of people joined. Because we've had a number of that 16 resub pop up today. Vergaderung, welcome in. Thank you so much for the resub, my friend. It's great to see you in chat. Hope you're having a good day. Let's just do another quick comparison. Here it is with just the paint sitting on it. This is literally just slopping down some oil paint, and then you sponge it away. It looks like this, and we're gonna do more work on this, but you don't really have to. You can just leave it right there. Do some detailing on the weapons and call it a fucking day. That's a better, more nuanced dirt tone than you'll generally get out of just some brown paint and a wash. Walter's Workshop with that resub. Walter, thank you so much, man. Your support really means the world. Walter's Workshop, by the way, ladies and gents, if you're in this chat right now, you probably already know who he is. There's a damn good chance that you came over with his raid not a long time ago, but just in case you don't, go check out his channel and throw him a follow. If you're in this chat and you're enjoying yourself, if you're not on your way out, if you're not right now saying, this Thunderhead guy's an asshole and I'm leaving, you're going to enjoy Walter's Workshop. He's a fantastic streamer. He has a wonderful, wonderful community, extremely welcoming, and does some of the more interesting paint jobs here on Twitch. Very engaging. Go give him a follow. Check out his next stream, and tell me I'm wrong. Tell me you didn't have fun at Walter's Workshop stream, and what'll I give you? I won't give you anything. I'll just be like, I was wrong. I will admit to being wrong, but I don't think I will be. I thought about that for a minute and I realized how poor I am. Like, I'll give you two whole monies. 2 monies. Both of the monies. And so you can see the wood texture on the shield coming out already. Oh, I like that. I like that a lot. Shadow Minx with 5. Oh my god. Oh my god, with the gift sub, Shadow Minx, I cannot thank you enough. Your support really does mean the world, you guys. Twitch subs are such a weird thing. I think they're so very, very odd, but they, it's incredibly validating to know that you guys are having enough fun in chat, enjoying yourselves enough that you want to support this stream and ensure that more of it happens. We've got 5 going out to Mafik, to Synad, to Time Stop BB, out to Sphere, and then to Nosferatu. Sphere, you can use those voice commands now, buddy. You can find a list of them, by the way, down below chat in the About section, which should be up to date now. All those voice commands should work. Oh my god, Walter's Workshop with 5 gift. What's going on here?
Welcome back to 50 Shades of Cold Gray, Chapter 5. Thunderhead smiled as he held 2 brushes aloft, staring down at his workstation and me with an evil light glinting in his eyes. He put both sets of bristles into the Glorby fluids, chuckling to himself as he did so. Looks like it's time for 2 brushes, 1 paint pot.
You know, eventually that one is going to become dated. Eventually, we're going to reach a point where the kids on the internet don't think that's funny. Walter's Workshop dropping one out for Caddick Harmony himself for Joanne. We have one from Megapedia, Papa Bear, and Jenny Joy. Oh, well, that was a streamer-laden series of gift subs. You probably didn't choose them, Walter's Workshop, but you managed to give out 5 gift subs basically to other streamers. It's kind of funny how that works out. Walter, thank you so much for the support, man. And yeah, I know your name isn't actually Walter, but that's okay. All the subs. All the subs. Jinky Scoob. How you doing, Megapedia? I didn't know you were lurking. I mean, I guess that's the point of a lurk. Like, I say that, and I'm like, well, of course, I don't know anybody who's lurking because I don't check and because they're lurking, and you wouldn't know. That looks pretty good for a pre-glazed coat. I'm Captain Walter, and this is my favorite sub on the Citadel. Favorite stream, until that makes more sense. Insert Mass Effect reference here. Oh, that's right, we got a hype train. Damn, level 4 already. A couple of very, very generous viewers with those 5 gift subs each. Oh my god. That level 4 hype train is more than good enough for me, guys. Is that true, Sumitha? Is that actually happening? I haven't been paying any attention. Oh, Megapedia is not actually here. Like here, but not here. I saw nothing. I saw nothing. That one, grab a new one. God, Mass Effect is a great game, isn't it? And it always was, but it still is. And Greg coming in with the 15 months of subscribing, dropping that Prime Reef sub. It is indeed Challenge Day. Greg the Salt Miner, welcome in. I hope you've been having a good day, my friend. Yeah, I am cheating a little bit. I am going to be using Ivory Black. I know you said not to, and I don't care. I'm going to. I just need it for something very particular that I want to do on this project, and arguably I could work around it. But I think limiting myself to 6 colors, including white and black, is still pretty good. Plus, technically, you're not actually the boss of me, which is important to remember. Oh, it's thoughtful of you, Mafik. Doing calibration on the FDM after installing Direct Drive E3D V6. The Volcano Hot End. That thing is going to print like a damn dream. Shadow Makes Hobbies, thank you so much for those 300 biddies. My God. Really, I'm consistently surprised, amazed, and flattered by the enthusiasm that y'all show in chat for something that really amounts to me just kind of sitting in my office playing with my toys. I think I'm pretty definitely going to be painting all the bases before I paint the models that are going to sit on top of them. The advantages have become clear even in the short amount of time that we've been doing this, because I'm thinking, like, I'm going to have to do this process on bases that already have models on them, and that's going to be a pain in the ass. That's the next one coming up, and I'm not looking forward to it. It's so easy when there's nothing on the base. Hey, what's up, Matt Yee? How do you know it might be real dirt? You don't know that. You haven't been here long enough to definitively prove that it's not real dirt. Oof. Did the hype train end? Didn't see it. It didn't give me an announcement. Did I miss the hype train? Am I back at the hype station, just kind of by myself while everybody's off at the fucking hype train party? God, that's just typical, isn't it? Story of my life. How you doing, Matt E? Can we get a shout out, by the way, for the incredibly talented and always sexy Matt E? Which I only mention because of all the paint streamers I know on Twitch, he is the one you're most likely to see bare chest on. That's just kind of who he is as a person, it seems like. It's the hobbyist thing to do, paint real dirt to look like smaller dirt. In this case, the dirt is entirely fake, as all the texture on these bases was 3D sculpted and then printed. But it just makes it so much easier. So much easier to get the blending of textures and scale that you want. Otherwise, you gotta mix different kinds of dirt and do this, that, and the other thing. And I'm like, yeah, I'll just print it. It'll be easy. So I'm actually gonna pull these guys off of the base before I do this, because otherwise I'm gonna regret it. Oh, Rice Bowl. Thank you so much for the follow there, by the way. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Get a lot of that rumbling thunder today. I miss a few things. Of course, I don't want to compare oil painting, tactics, habits, and methods with the great Matt Yee. He has one of those, like, why are you thinking so much about it? Why don't you just do it kind of attitudes. I've seen this man smear oil paint on his face and then headbutt his desk until a model looked good. It was amazing to observe. I once saw him fill his mouth with cadmium red, and then like one of those fire spitters just kind of like right onto the figure, and it was beautiful. What came out was fantastic. And then he got like extreme cadmium poisoning. But that's beside the point. Look, we have to suffer for our art, okay? Spurting oils left and right. Oh, we have the classiest chat. The classiest. I gotta use this for these guys. And yeah, I think I've already determined that the paint the bases first method is gonna be the method moving forward. Because having done all those so easily, now this is a bit of a pain in the ass. And if it's a bit of a pain in the ass, I'm throwing it out, because we've got to paint a lot of these models, and I need the techniques that are going to be the easiest. A bit of a pain in the ass is already too much of a pain in the ass. So I've been talking, and we talked a little while about it earlier, but I know we've got some more people who've joined in chat since then. Any of you fine folks out there, if the words PlanetSide 2 mean anything to you, if this is a game that you have played, that you have heard of, that you're curious to give a try, you should come hang out with us at the Thunderhead Studio Discord, because we're going to be giving some squad ops a try here in the near future. I'm going to see if I can't rustle some people up together after tonight's stream to play a little bit as the Terran Republic on the Emerald server. Are you a planet man? Matt Yee? Planet Matt, as it were? It's a really a very fun game if you have a squad to play with. It can be a little bit lonely otherwise. Yeah, go get yourself some food, Walter, man. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate you being here today. Bueno Truno, thank you so much. Yeah, I'm really pleased with these bases. It was one of my first really successful sculpting jobs from ZBrush, which I've been trying to use more of lately. Hell yeah, Rangonius, whenever you get a chance, man, download it. I'm going to try to get some games going. It's free to play. Everything can be unlocked. Everything that's non-purely cosmetic can be unlocked with in-game currency that you get just from playing the game a whole bunch. A lot of that stuff, though, will be mitigated by the fact that I already own most of it. So I'll, like, vehicles and stuff, I'll be able to help you out if you're hanging out in my squad. But you can try it without having to pay a cent, and then if you don't like it, just stop playing it. Just ordered an Ender 3 and inherited an Elegoo Mars, but I have no idea how to use either. Well, I can tell you for sure, Rice Bowl, those are both good printers. Those are both fantastic printers. I own and use both of those myself. And if you need advice on setup and operation, you've come to the right place. I would strongly suggest that you join the Discord, because we have a lot of people in this community who not only 3D print, but 3D print using those very machines. And if you have any questions or setup issues that you can ask as you get into it, we should be able to help you out. I'm always happy to help somebody get started on the 3D printing journey, and let me tell you, it is a journey. I would warn you to expect to spend some time on it as if it were its own hobby, because it kind of is. But the rewards you can get from spending some time on it, from learning what you're doing, from calibrating everything, and from maintaining everything are immense. I've been 3D printing for a couple of years now, and I would not go back even if the option were presented to me. I enjoy it far too much. Are the bases live on the store? They are not live on the store right now, Severe. They're still in the development process. I only just recently finished the hero and the cavalry base, for instance, and I need to do a few more variants of this. But I am looking to have them up and for sale in STL form by the end of the month, is what I'm shooting for, with a decent variety of pieces so that you don't wind up with too many repeats. Very first print on the new hardware jankiness. All of my thoughts and crossed fingers are with you, Greg. It might be before that. It might be before that, White Wolf. It depends on... I need to decide if I want to just finish the designs that I have and release them and then add to them, or if I want to take the time to really diversify the range before I make them available. But I will certainly announce when the bases can be picked up, both as physicals and as STLs. Well, we successfully completed one step, and I'm feeling pretty good about that. I need to take a short, very, very short bio break, and I will be right back, ladies and gentlemen, Locusts and Gentlemex. So don't touch that dial. Watch my 3D printer in the meantime, and we'll get going again in just a minute. So, one of the side effects of getting my sleeping schedule more in order and waking up earlier in the day is that I'm feeling like tireder earlier in the day. So I'm gonna have a little bit of coffee here real quick, and I have some. We recently had to have our air conditioner fixed because it just wasn't running like at all, and it turns out that the people who installed it hadn't properly brazed the connection with the refrigerant tank. So it, yeah, that was a whole thing. It cost like $1,300 just about to get somebody out here to repair 2 AC units with that problem. But they sent me, they've been begging me, sending me texts like, review our service, please leave us a review, which I understand. But the thing that really got me, the thing that is going to get them a review, is they sent me a box of cookies. I have cookies from the air conditioner repair people. So I'm going to have a cookie and a little bit of coffee here. I hope you don't mind. Well, I think we're gonna start the storm report a little bit early tonight. We usually start at 8:30. I think we're gonna go ahead and start at 8. And I'll let you guys know so that you can get your entries in if you would like it to be seen on the stream. And just go ahead and let anybody know who might not be totally familiar with the stream. We do an art review, not really a review, more of an art share segment at the end of every stream. It's a great way to sort of to bring the community in, to all keep abreast of each other's projects. You guys know how hard it is to keep up on what everybody's doing, particularly if you're on Discord. You've got tons and tons and tons of Discords and tons and tons and tons of channels, and things don't stick around and you miss what people are working on. This is kind of a great way for us all to just take a moment, take a deep breath, and share our art for a few minutes. So if there's something that you'd like to share, and Lord knows I'd like it if you felt like sharing, please feel free to jump over into the Thunderhead Studio Discord and post up to 2 pieces of art in the Storm Report for us to take a look at the end of this stream, right here on the stream. And if you'd like some commentary on it, if you would like some critique, if you'd like some ideas, you can always ask for that. If you just want to show it off, that's fine too. It doesn't have to be painted miniatures. Any artistic endeavor that you've been involved in. It doesn't even have to be recent. If you just have a favorite mini that you'd like to share, because God, I know that feeling when I'm like, oh, that one thing I painted, that was great. I want to share that with people. Feel free to post it. Because sharing your work is, I think, an important part of being an artist. Not for everybody. Some people don't want to. But and I know that it can be a little nerve-wracking for some people, because there's this feeling like, you know, you're throwing your baby out there into the world to be compared with everybody else's. But it takes practice, like everything else in art, to put yourself out there and to receive constructive criticism and comments. And this is a nice sort of small-scale, safe, communal way to do that. So if you feel like sharing with us, even a little bit, it doesn't have to be great. We're not winning golden demons here. I just want to see what has been driving you creatively lately. We got people who do cross-stitch. We got people who do woodworking. You got people who do who just troll me with audio clips. That's a fun one lately for some reason. Oh, really? Yeah, forgot it wrong. About 41 minutes at this point. And thank you, Homa. Words.
Do you like sexy battle mechs, sexy streamers, and sexy Solaris cheerleaders? Well, Thunderhead Stream has some of those things, and more.
Excuse me. What was I saying? Yeah, Gothic Garlic, thank you so much for hitting that, by the way. Anytime, if you'd like information on the Thunderhead Studio Discord, which is a fantastic Discord, I don't just say that because it's, you know, the Thunderhead one. It's genuinely like a really great community. It's where I go first when I've got issues with my 3D printer or with painting something that I need advice on. And we do a lot of we do a lot of communal gaming on there too. But if you ever need to find a link to that, you can always get one by hitting !Discord in the chat, or by going down below my face here in the About Me section. There should be a little button that will get you a link. I just need those little pep. Pardon. Oh, awesome, Bueno. I'm looking forward to seeing it, man. Need to reset the 3D printer supports were not good on the pre-supported item you printed. Which printer and which item sphere? I'm very curious. And yeah, I know, who was it? Who was it that just said they got... One of our new followers just said that they just got a couple of 3D printers. I apologize for not remembering your name right off the bat. Who was that? Who was it? Which one of you wonderful people just got rice bowl? That was it. Yeah, we can help you figure that out, man. You're gonna love it. You're gonna love 3D printing, particularly if you do miniature war games. It's fantastic. Wait, what just happened? Oh my god! Bueno Truno. I hope I'm pronouncing that properly. I can't. I never know. I'm just reading words on a screen here, people. Bueno, thank you so much for that follow. No, it wasn't Rangoni. It's Tricari. Come on. Thank you so much for that follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Ooh, there's Megapedia. Now we're cooking. I'm having some coffee and a couple of cookies, Mega. Excuse me. What, Thunderdome? What, a biscuit? What are you, British? I know you're not British. That's not a thing. You can't just come in here with your straight up thick ass American accent and start calling cookies biscuits. I won't fucking stand for it. You get that shit right out of here. Thunderdome Drew, thank you so much for that resub, man. I really appreciate it. How are you? How are things? I haven't had a chance to stop into your stream lately. I'm sorry about that. Shit's been kind of crazy and busy. Spring is always busy. I live rurally. And I'm sure those of you who also do understand, spring is like, and now I work outside time. There's just so much going on, all the plant life coming up. Cranky Old Nerd, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It's not normally a stream about me drinking coffee. This is a little abnormal. I'm just a little low energy today, so I'm trying to get a little bit of a pep so I can do a few more steps on these bases before we roll into the Storm Report for tonight. Yes, Rice Bowl. I should mention that. Don't rely just on the Thunderhead Studio Discord for support. You get a lot of good support for 3D printing as it pertains specifically to miniature gaming, yes, but there is an official Creality 3D Discord that you should also be a member of. And for that matter, there are 3D printing focused Discords. Those can be a little tricky because there's a threshold, if you will, after which, once you cross it, once you get above like 1,000, 2,000 members in a Discord, which most of those are way past, it can be trickier to get the kind of one-on-one attention that you need for troubleshooting. Things move very quickly, and there's a billion channels, and you can get something a little bit more personalized on a smaller one. But definitely join them because there's a lot of good topics in those. Megapedia, you taking off? All right, Megapedia. Can we get a shout out, by the way? We got one for Ion Raptor Designs, which thank you so much for getting that in. Ion Raptor, you guys. One of the only miniature 3D artists who streams his 3D work. If that interests you, if you're like, how can I make my own 3D stuff? Holy shit, go give Ion Raptor a follow. You're going to learn so much in this guy's stream. Megapedia, thank you so much for being here. It's always a pleasure to see you in chat when I get the chance. You have a fantastic night. And yeah, we got a shout out for Megapedia. Meg is I don't think Meg will mind me giving an in my opinion accurate review of her overall self and quality of stream. Meg is a fucking lunatic. But really though, Meg is a whole lot of fun. Just such a goofy paint streamer. It's so much fun hanging out in that chat. She's always dressing up as something topical and doing just some of the most insane voices. Just a very, very fun, very lighthearted stream with some really, really good miniature painting. And she might have just unfollowed me. I don't know. We'll find out. Yeah, Sphere, the Conquest Discord is really active. That's one of the things that drew me in. It has a very, very passionate community of people who are really, really into it. And the Conquest Discord can be a little bit much sometimes, even for me. It's nice to have a few other Discords with little Conquest sections where you can kind of take a breather. My Discord, we've got a Conquest channel now. Walter's Workshop's Discord, we got a Conquest channel now. Like, I like those ones. The Conquest Discord could use a few more channels in it, if I'm being honest. And Discord, while great for community stuff, is not great for sharing art. Like, I know a lot of us do it. And we have channels specifically for that. But it is not great for sharing art. Because in Discord, like, you post a picture, and someone goes, hey, cool picture. And the next person goes, wow, how'd you do that? What a neat picture. And the third person goes, this picture sucks and you should kill yourself. And then there's a little notification beneath it that says, this person was banned. And then another person comes in and goes, wow, that guy was a dickhead. And then someone comes in and goes, speaking of dickheads, I was at Chuck E. Cheese earlier, and they were like, sir, you can't be in the ball pit without pants on. And then the next guy comes in and he's like, oh, that's crazy. I went to Chuck E. Cheese for my 10th birthday. And your picture is now scrolled well above where anybody's going to go and look at it. And it's just sort of gone from that point on. Channel bloat, like, there's a difference between needing more channels and there being channel bloat, though, Kursala. There is, if you have conversations spinning off topic in previous channels, you might look at that topic if it comes up enough and go, we need a channel for that because clearly people want to discuss it. And then there's, we make a channel for literally everyone in the server, and that leads to nobody checks any of those channels. It's a careful balance. I'll tell you what, Roland, when I come back around to painting, my starter forces of gears will get a Heavy Gear Blitz project channel. I like separating the project channels because they end up in their own little subcategories, so you don't have to actually pay much attention to them. You can just focus on the painting channels and stuff. Yeah, that's true, Thunderdome Drew. Exactly. And I don't blame people. It's hard. It's very, very difficult. Kursala, for instance, does a lot of the moderation on the Thunderhead Studio Discord, and does a fantastic job at it, by the way. I mean, like, without Kursala doing a lot of that moderation, my Discord would be just fucking chaos. But, even trying to keep things on topic, even coming in and being like, hey, this conversation shouldn't be in the showcase channel, it should be in the other channel, it's still really difficult to do. And I make the mistake too. Somebody posts a picture, you want to say something about it, so you type, reply to picture, and you're like, hey man, good job. I like what you did here. You should try this the next time. And now I'm contributing to the problem. It's just that Discord is not great for that purpose. It's not built for that purpose. It's built to be a series of chat rooms. I wish that there was some sort of like picture forum association or like a scroll of pictures where you could post pictures to a channel and then have a little sidebar that's like just the pictures that have been posted. That would be nice. Well, I mean, we'll see. It always depends on what Discord is being used most for. That's the direction that the developers continue to and lately, Discord, particularly with COVID, has been used a lot more for community stuff. Has been used a lot more for like group chats. I think Discord got started as a method for voice chatting on games, getting your squads, your guilds, and such together, and it excels at that. I love watching Ion Raptor work. It's actually very educational and helpful, particularly since I'm an incredibly self-conscious 3D modeler. People keep telling me, like, you should stream some 3D modeling. And I'm like, that's a great idea, but if you saw how much bullshit I go through when I'm designing, if you saw how many tools I use wrong, or how many times I'll try the same thing like 30 times before I do it in a way that I like it, and then I sort of flow into the rest of it, like, it's, I don't know, I'm very self-conscious about it, though. Almost through with my coffee. We need a new movie. We need a new movie that I can hate other than Pacific Rim 2, because I'm just like, the movie sucks so bad, you guys. It doesn't suck in like a fun way. It doesn't suck in like a Miami Connection. We've been talking about this on the movie discussion section of the Discord lately. If you guys haven't been joining in our movie nights, if you have any interest in the ironically viewing bad movies hobby, which it is essentially at this point, you should check out our film night discussions. I think this month we're going to do something we're calling Bottom of the Barrel. And we're taking suggestions for bad fucking movies that we can watch. Now, there are some requirements for these films, okay? We're not talking like Asylum bad movies, where nobody ever tried to make it a good movie. We're not talking about... Ideally, we're not talking about movies that are bad in the sense that they're just boring and a super-duper drag to watch. We're talking about movies that are bad in a fun and interesting and at least marginally engaging way. I'm talking about movies that people tried, where the director, the writers, attempted to make what they thought was a good movie. And just failed fucking miserably. And I think we're only going to do one at a time, because watching two of these movies in a row can really drain your stamina. I think we might inaugurate it with Miami Connection. The Miami... Yeah, exactly, we're going to watch... I think I joked, like, this is the one context in which I may legitimately watch The Rise of Skywalker. Fuck those fucking movies. We might inaugurate it with the Miami Connection. The Miami Connection is a fairly popular bad movie these days, because it got, like, I think an old copy got picked up by some guys at Draft House, and then they circulated it, because it was one of those, like, oh my god, you have to watch this movie. And so it has become very popular. It's got some memes out of it and such, but it is also just the perfect example of the kind of movie that we're looking for. Because I grew up in Florida, and I remember YK Kim. He was a Taekwondo instructor who was super enthused. He was one of those, like, I love America, an immigrant who really loves America, who, like, live the American dream. And he's all about keeping kids off drugs and keeping kids off the street, giving them something to do after school, giving them, a sense of family and camaraderie and brotherhood. And he's, like, really enthusiastic. And that always came across in the ads that he did. And apparently, at one point, he thought, we're going to make a movie about this. And it's so fucking bad. It's so bad. It's confusingly terrible, and certain things are so obvious, like scenes where it was like, oh, you just told your actors to improvise the entire scene, like the whole thing from beginning to end. And hearing what these guys, who are probably just like Taekwondo trainees of his, you put them in a room and you're like, all right, you talk about how your father abandoned you, and that's why you need this team of dudes you're hanging out with. And he's like, yeah, I can do that. And it's this rambling, mindless, terrible fucking dialogue. They banned Black Hawk Down in Malaysia, Mafi. I mean, I don't find that terribly surprising. Black Hawk Down and a lot of the movies that spawn from its popularity are like, I can see how if you're not an American, you might be like, this is kind of bullshit. We, meanwhile, saw that movie and we're like, fuck yeah, America! Oh! Spaztech, I'm not going to reject Michael Bay movies. Because here's the thing. I don't think Michael Bay thinks what he's doing is bad. I don't think Michael Bay is disingenuous. I think Michael Bay loves what he does. I think Michael Bay wakes up every day And he's just like, I fucking love tits and explosions, and I want to make movies about it. Like, I believe that is who he is as a person. He doesn't make good movies. But I think he's trying to make movies that he would want to watch. It just so happens that he has horrific taste. Well, Jamie, you know, I've tried that. Believe it or not, like, you can actually see some of the holes from what I went ahead and I did like hair plug style, you know? The problem is PLA has a really low melting point. So you get one hot summer day and then it's just, and you got it's like a Man in the Iron Mask kind of a situation going on. I agree to square. Michael Bay's an excellent producer. I like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie. I didn't think the second one was great. The first one? I mean, it was stupid, but it's Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is a logical extension of the origin of Daredevil. It's this play on Daredevil. It's like Daredevil, you know, a guy going down the street and he gets toxic waste, falls off a truck into his face, and he's like, oh, I got superpowers. And Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is this guy walking on the street and toxic waste falls off a truck and hits him and rolls down into the sewer, and some turtles are like, I got superpowers. Like, it's fundamentally silly. So when you make a silly movie about it, I'm like, whatever. I have not seen that, Spaz Tech. I wouldn't mind you linking that in the Discord. I'd like to watch that. What about U-Bowl? Is it you? Is it Juve? I'm not sure. U-Bowl is an interesting one for me because he makes... That's another one where I don't think U-Bowl thinks he's making bad movies. I think sometimes he knows he's making a bad movie, kind of like Roger Corman. And it's like... You can tell when he's not trying. And then sometimes he tries. He made a movie called Rampage that didn't get a lot of popularity, and I'll say, don't just go out and watch Rampage. It has to do with mass shooters, so it might have some triggers for some people. It's an uncomfortable and violent film. But I liked it. I did not hate that movie. I thought that there was some fairly cutting social commentary in there that reminded me a little bit of American Psycho. I know, I hate to compare U-Bowl movie with American Psycho, but I got that from it. And then he does a bunch of other shit that sucks. Yeah, The Rock was a lot of fun. The Rock had some really good classic kind of early Tony Todd in it. When you had, you know, Nick Cage with his like, hey man, you know how this shit works? And then Tony Todd's like, pulls out a knife and he's like, you know how this shit works? I'll take pleasure in gutting you, boy. Walter, that's too easy, man. Like, I don't even believe that you think that. Have I seen Food Fight? I have not, Rice Bowl. Yeah, a lot of... Like, I don't want to watch them, but I think that the category of film I'm talking about, a lot of the late M. Night Shyamalan does fall into. Because, again, I don't think Shyamalan thinks he's making bad movies. I think Shyamalan is very, very convinced that the films he's making are clever and unique and interesting. And I think that he thinks that because we told him he made a series of really good, clever, unique, and interesting movies. And he was like, well, shit, I'm just going to keep doing that. And they suck. Yeah, I agree. I think Shyamalan is a bit of a simpleton. He had... like 2 really compelling ideas, and he is a good director. It's when he writes that shit falls the fuck apart. Even Signs is one of those movies where it's like, it's probably not as good as you remember it being. It's probably, like, if you went back and rewatched it right now with more critical eye, you'd probably be like, this really doesn't hold up all that well. But it has some fantastic scenes in it, and the overall story, the God damn it, Greg. The story about a man who has lost his faith, not necessarily just his religious faith, but his faith in the divine, in humanity, in himself, in his family, who finds it again through extraordinary circumstances. That story's good. it's all the alien shit that's smeared on top of it that's like, this is kind of dumb. It's also what makes the movie compelling to watch, though. So, you know, it's a double-edged sword there. Charlie Sheen voicing a raisin-eating detective dog. Chat, is he fucking with me? We are painting. Yeah, a little snack break. I needed a mug of coffee and a bit of sugar in me. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were my boss now, White Wolf. Food Fight is such an interesting story behind the scenes. I have to check this out. I have not even heard of this movie, but apparently I should have. So now I'm going right to Ivory Black to base these metal parts. And Greg, you can just deal with it, man. Being a smartass or are a smartass, White Wolf, I'd argue that these two things are different. There we go. We should be able to get a glaze done on these guys and then start working in some colors by the time we get to the storm report. I also reserve the right to delay the storm report, so, you know, deal with that. That is what I'm doing, Greg, and that's why I want it, is because I'm going to try to do a light NMM, an easy NMM, and I really kind of need the... My primary issue was that if I combine my warm colors to create the black that I want to use for my deep shadows, and then try to blend that in, I'm going to wind up with a warm black, which I want in some places, but ivory black is cool, and I'd really rather not have to go through the process of making a cool black, when ivory black is just what I need. What's my least favorite movie? Now, hold on, Walter. The phrasing there is very, very important. My least favorite movie or my most hated movie? Because that's not the same thing. Yeah, least favorite implies I still enjoy it. So, like, least favorite for me, that's, you're saying a movie that I do enjoy, but not very much. And that's really just kind of a milquetoast question, isn't it? Like, what's the movie you'll technically watch, but don't really want to? I'm like, I don't know. Most hated movie, the movie that I hate the most. Now, there's an interesting question, because I know a lot of people are going to be like, oh, Pacific Rim 2. But I need to contemplate that one a little bit before I just jump in. Because that's not necessarily true. Here we go. I've got a base here that's a little bit of French ultramarine, a little bit of ivory black, and just a touch of white. I'm going to go ahead and glaze these metallic parts in it. My most hated movie, the movie that offends and appalls me for whatever reason more than anything else. Damn, that's a tough question, Walter. I hate so many movies. What are my usual I don't like this movie rants? Let's see. I don't like Mad Max Fury Road. It's unfair to say that I hate Mad Max Fury Road. I actually think Mad Max Fury Road is a good movie, and more than anything, I resent the fans of it for the most part. But that's not a fair thing to dig into a movie on. Pacific Rim 2... I don't even think Pacific Rim 2 is the worst movie I've ever seen, but it is a good contender for most hated movie, just because it shits on something that I love quite as offensively as it does. My most hated movie... You know what? I think I have an answer for you. I'm gonna say God's Not Dead. And I don't even know why I've seen that movie. But I fucking hate it. Because it makes me want to grab Kevin Sorbo by his fucking lapels and just headbutt him until his teeth come out. It's so fucking terrible. It's so smug. It's so condescending. I could extend that to say almost anything by Kirk Cameron is probably a good contender. But it's so smug, it's so fucking condescending, and it's so terrible. It's just a poorly made, boring movie on top of everything else about it that sucks. And the message of it is so... It's like, oh, you don't believe in God? Well, God's gonna run you over with a fucking truck. Like, what? Like, that's how the movie ends. The non-believer, played by Kevin Sorbo, who, it turns out, isn't really an atheist. He hates God because he believes in God, but just doesn't like him because he's a bad person. Or because he feels betrayed, or I think it's because he lost his family or something like that. And the message of the movie is that son of a bitch, far from getting, like, love and acceptance, far from learning the error of his ways, God's gonna send a car, and it's gonna run him over, because fuck him. Like, how did you think this was a good message? I don't think they did think it was a good message. I thought that I think they just enjoyed punishing people that they don't like, which is so very Christian. Fun fact, Wandering XP, who you might know from this stream, worked on that movie. That's how we bonded. I was like, oh shit, is Kevin Sorbo as much of a douchebag as he seems like? And he's like, oh yeah, totally. Pacific Rim 2 Electric Boogaloo. I got one, Walter. I want to ask you a question. This is a good question for everyone in chat. Please feel free to answer. What is your guiltiest pleasure movie? What is the movie that you fucking like watching, but you feel so weird about the fact that you like it? You can't make yourself hate it, even if you try. You like this film. What is it? Cruel Intentions? That's a good choice, Chris. I think Cruel Intentions is a good movie, though. The Last Samurai. Ooh, that's a good... Oh my god, I share that one with you, Walter, because I love that movie, and it's not... Like, it's problematic. That is a problematic film. Rio unironically loves Godzilla vs. Kong. I don't feel like that one's that bad. Like, I have problems with Godzilla vs. Kong, but, like, I don't expect anyone who's not me to have those problems because I'm very, very hard to please. Kind of on purpose, because I'm an edgy son of a bitch. We could do a Last Samurai movie night where we argue about whether it's actually a good movie or not, because I have some thoughts on that. I think it is a good movie, but I think it's also, like I said, it is a problematic film. You haven't seen Equilibrium? Yeah, I like Equilibrium. Equilibrium's not a great movie, but it's a very entertaining one, and it's got some great, fairly early Sean Bean in it. I don't have any problem with Equilibrium. I don't think it's fair to call Equilibrium a bad movie either. It is maybe not a great movie. It's probably not as good as you remember it if you watched it when you were young. But it's not bad. The Star Wars prequels, you think are the worst? They're terrible movies. But I mean, the Star Wars prequels I don't think should count because that's one of those, like, everybody has those as a guilty pleasure, particularly now that the Star Wars sequels are out, and many of us are forced to go back to the prequels and acknowledge what strengths they had. Oh, I've seen that movie, Spaztech. I've seen that awful breakdancing film from which the meme Electric Boogaloo arose. I choose not to acknowledge it because it is truly, truly wretched. But I am aware of it. It has nothing to do with the first film in the series. It's not even a film series. It's one of those where it's like, they named it 2, but it's not really a sequel. Conan the Barbarian with Jason Momoa. I haven't seen that one. Man of Steel. Oh, you like Man of Steel? Ooh. Ooh. Where's the ban button anyway? I don't use it enough. Man of Steel had great action. Like, if you're into that sort of bombastic, over-the-top action, like, that is a good example of it, and I can see enjoying it. You want me to compliment Man of Steel. Why do I set myself up for these things? Like, on some level, I had to know that that was about to happen as soon as I started talking shit about a movie. That Walter was going to come in and be like, oh, say something nice about it now. Just to hurt me. Man of Steel, oh. The special effects are phenomenal. Oh, no, I got one. Michael Shannon's Zod is pretty good. I like Michael Shannon as Zod. I think he did a great job with that very, very limiting and often very flat role. That's as much as you're gonna fucking get out of me. That's it. Michael Shannon, good. There's your compliment. I'm gonna have to answer this question now that I've put it forward. You realize that? And I do have an answer in mind, and I do feel a little self-conscious about it. I think a number of people in chat already know what it is. I would take guesses, though, chat. If you had to guess what my guiltiest pleasure movie is, what do you think it would be? You don't have to get it right. I just wonder what you think it might be. I'm pretty sure I've said it before. How is that a guilty pleasure, White Wolf? I don't feel guilty about enjoying Dredd. I don't feel even the slightest bit guilty about enjoying The Lighthouse. The Lighthouse is a great movie. I don't feel guilty about Robot Jocks. I have a Robot Jocks poster on my wall. A movie cannot be a guilty pleasure if you have a poster of it on your wall. That's a rule that we're establishing right now. If you have a poster, if you care enough to display it, it's not a guilty pleasure. Porn? I don't really feel guilty about that either, if I'm being honest. Like, that's not something that I'm gonna share with people. For obvious reasons, but I'm like, yeah, I like porn. Who doesn't fucking like porn, really? I mean, I guess they're out there, but it's like, it's one of those things where nobody really cares. I grew up on the internet. You think I don't watch porn? Enjoy the Saw movies. I can accept that as a guilty pleasure, because those movies do kind of suck. Unless you're really, really into the gimmick, they're kind of terrible. Sky Captain in the World of Tomorrow. Now, I think maybe some of you don't know my shame threshold, or what it is that I'm ashamed of. Because I fucking love Sky Captain in the World of Tomorrow. And I am totally unapologetic about that.
Here
I think
at
that movie
Thunderhead
it's not
Studio,
good.
we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
We're working on that right now. Now, Sky Captain in the World of Tomorrow is not a good movie, and I do enjoy it, but I don't feel guilty about it. I don't feel any sense of trepidation over that one. try something real quick. I'm going to use a little bit of white spirits to try to pull some of what I just did out. Because I realized that actually leaving the deeper burnt umber on some of these scratches could give me a cool rust effect without me having to do a bunch of extra work. So I want to leave those warm colors in here by just pulling some of the paint out with some white spirits. My day, all we had was a manual on Skinamax. Ooh. No, Walter, I actually haven't seen the Cats movie, so I cannot possibly comment on that one. Alright, I'll tell you what it is. You guys want to know? I'm not, again, no, I'll own Phantom of the Opera, Data Nerd. I went to see Phantom of the Opera with Gerard Butler upwards of 10 times in theaters. I did that. And I feel no shame. None whatsoever. I'll tell you, though. Since I've had y'all guessing, and you've been such good sports, I quite like The Princess Diaries. With Anne Hathaway, I quite like that movie. I do feel a little guilty about that one. And I probably shouldn't, but I do. Well, I'm glad to hear that y'all agree with me on that. Like, porn? I have no problem with porn. Bring on the porn. I'll watch porn all day. Princess Diaries, though I might not want to admit to. Oh, we know where my priorities are. Cherry 2000. That's not even a pleasure. Cherry 2000 is terrible, and I won't even pretend that I like it all that much. I have seen it. It's not a guilty pleasure because I take no pleasure in watching it. I might also accept Solar Babies as a guilty pleasure. That is a bit of one of mine. That movie is awful. Also, lesser guilty pleasure, Hackers. Because that movie fucking sucks and is really stupid. And I will still watch it from time to time. I particularly love the shots where it's just like dudes tapping on keyboards, tap 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 tap, and it's like, how do we make this exciting? This is just people tapping on fucking keyboards to like some early 90s techno dance music being played. They're like, I know, spin the camera around them. So we have all these quote-unquote action scenes where it's somebody sitting there tapping on a keyboard and the camera spinning around them as if it's supposed to be exciting. Ooh, those are guilty for you, Severe? Man, I think those are just fun. Kung Fury is particularly stupid. I think Kung Pao is dumber, but Kung Pao is also funnier. In my opinion. Kung Fury, I've never really been all that tempted to rewatch. Like, I watched it the one time, and I was like, I got all the jokes, and then I was like, okay, I'm done. I enjoy Manborg, which if you like Kung Fury, you'd probably enjoy Manborg. That's done by Astron 6. Their movies are a little denser and harder to get into. Oh yeah, Walter's Workshop. Kung Pao is fucking funny. In the beginning, like, a lot of the jokes in Kung Pao don't land. A lot of the jokes in Kung Pao are really stupid. But some of them, like, I laugh my fucking ass off at the scene in the beginning when they do the CGI baby is really, really bad. But then after the baby, like, crawls out and goes rolling down the hill, you know, down the fucking rocks, and it rolls down into the road, and there's this Asian woman who's like toting her cart, and she stops and she's like, oh, there's a baby there's a baby in the road, and she goes up to it and she picks it up and she cradles it and kind of plays with her finger, and she goes, oh, so cute. Oh, and she walks to the edge of the road and just goes, bye-bye, and then tumbles him off the other edge. He just continues rolling down the hill. Bye-bye. Oh, God, I love that movie. And as much as it's kind of a tasteless joke, the one where he's fighting all the goons and they're all super badass, and then the one huge goon comes out with the braided ponytail and he's all super buff and his sleeves are ripped off and he snaps his ponytail around with the sound of a whip and he just goes, your days are over, mister. I'm like, it's so bad, but I laugh at it every time. Your days are over, mister. Maybe it's not in bad taste. The joke really is just that he has a very effeminate voice. I will no longer be known as Master Payne. From now on, you shall call me Betty. I think that Kung Pao is visionary. I also loved his solution for the inevitable moment when you're sitting around after making a movie like that, and you're like, how the fuck do I end this thing? He's like, French aliens and pyramids, fuck you. And then the movie just sort of ends. Top Secret is a great movie. Top Secret is a fucking phenomenal movie with some of the best visual gags I have ever seen. Let it go for another 15 minutes. We're going to keep the Storm Report open for another 15 minutes and then we're going to go ahead and get started on it. I just want to finish this step since I've started it. The underwater bar fight. Oh my god! They go off the bridge and they start having the fight, and they're like, you know, standing on the bottom of the river, and they're throwing these slow motion punches, and you're like, oh, this is funny. And then he like grabs him and he throws him and he lands on a bar, and you're like, wait, there's a bar, and then there's a bartender behind the bar, and he like slides him along it, and you're like, there's drinks on the underwater bar with the bartender on it, and then he punches him and he gets knocked backwards. And he like lands on a table where some cowboys are playing cards, and there's just 4 more guys down there underwater playing cards. Like, wait, what? And then there's a piano player and like a dancing, and it just keeps going and going and going until he beats him. And Val Kilmer like fucking, you know, takes a look at everybody in the bar and kind of shoots a little finger gun and picks up a hat and tips it and then turns around and strides out of the underwater bar through the swinging saloon doors, just like, what? What in the fuck is going on? Oh god, I love Top Secret. Or when they knock the Nazi guard off of the guard tower and he falls off and he just shatters like porcelain, and it's just never addressed, it just happens. One of my favorite gags in that entire movie is when one of the only serious conversations is happening when they're going into the Nazi bar and he's undercover as himself. And they stop him because he's, you know, dressed like a casual American rock star. They stop him and they're like, "Sir, we have a coat policy here. You need to be dressed to a certain standard." And so they're like, you know, they're gonna keep him back for a minute and find a coat that fits him so he can go into the restaurant. And this is happening in the background as the female character comes forward and she's having a very tense conversation with this Nazi officer that is a serious conversation about the plot of the movie. And every time we cut back to that shot in the background, we see Val Kilmer, and at first he's like, they're like measuring him a little bit, and then we cut back and his pants are off and he's standing up on a thing and a tailor is measuring his inseam, and then we cut back again and he's stitching a suit together for him bespoke. Like, it's the dumbest fucking joke. And the scene in front of it is taken completely seriously. I love Top... I need to watch Top Secret again, honestly. And Real Genius is a great movie, too. Hot Shots. Oh, man, I love all those movies. Who did Hot Shots? Who produced and directed that movie? That wasn't the Zucker brothers, was it? The guys who did, like, Airplane? Obviously, Airplane is a winner. Yeah, that juxtaposition Ion Raptor, where you have, like, serious thing occurring in the foreground, joke occurring in the background, or visual gags like in Naked Gun, when there's the gunfight, and, you know, Leslie Nielsen is ducking out and shooting around the barrel, and the bad guy comes out from behind a vent, and he shoots back, and we're always getting these close-in shots of their faces as they're firing kind of towards the camera, and then we get this backed-off establishing shot, and they're, like, 3 feet away from each other. Joy. Absolute joy. Oh yes, to Square, I have. Okay, I would accept Basketball also as one of my greatest guilty pleasures. Because I think Basketball is the least of the films that Trey Parker and Matt Stone ever did. And I count Cannibal the Musical in that. I think Cannibal the Musical is a better film than Basketball, and that might appall you to hear. And I wouldn't even blame you for being disgusted. But I like it. I do enjoy watching Basketball. It's just so fucking bad. It exists in a weird place in the continuity of Trey Parker and Matt Stone, too, because it's one of the only movies where they didn't have as much control as they generally do. And they did a lot of really strange things in it. Orgasmo is a favorite. Orgasmo is a long-time favorite. I love Orgasmo. Anytime Trey Parker and Matt Stone set about the task of making fun of Mormons, I'm generally into it. They're very, very good at it. I have not seen that one, Sphere. Why are there center circles in those bases? For one very, very particular reason, Darkheart, in that these are regiment trays, which you use to slot units into so that you can then attach them together to form a full regiment of rank and flank models. And the center circle is actually a separate base that comes out. So this is the hero base. You would attach your hero to this base primarily, and then you could use him in a variety of different scenarios and for different game types. And then if you were going to put him into a regiment, you would take this base and click it down in there with a magnet and then attach this to these other regiment bases, and now your hero is marching in formation with a bunch of other guys. There are people who know nothing of Cannibal, have to keep showing the movie to new friends. They don't call me back. Gee, I wonder why. Cannibal is wretched. I don't even think Trey Parker and Matt Stone would defend Cannibal. I think that they would question the wisdom in showing it to anyone. If you watch it, you can stay. It's a good sort of litmus test. Yeah, I could see that. One of my favorite odd movies. Dude, Fido! Fido's the one with Carrie-Anne Moss, right, Rodan? Where they have the zombies with the collars around their neck that make them docile, and they use as workers, and the boy gets a zombie like a pet, like a dog. And it winds up becoming friends with him. Are we talking about the same movie? I hope we are, because I like that one. Yeah. That's a cool movie. Whatever happened to Carrie-Anne Moss? What is she doing these days? I haven't seen anything new with her in it in a while, but that doesn't mean it hasn't happened. I just haven't seen it. Doesn't count, Rodan. Matrix 4 isn't real, and nobody can convince me that it is. What has she done that isn't really fucking sad? How about that? She was in Jessica Jones, yes, that is true. I guess that's probably the last place that I saw her. It's a mystery, Shock 21. None of us are ever going to figure that one out. Since there was, of course, only one Matrix movie, I don't understand what they're going to continue on from with a fourth one. This sword, by the way, Kursala, that you noted earlier, this big choppy one, this is based on the weapons for the new faction from Conquest, the Wahadrun, who are like South American, Maya, Inca-inspired orcs who ride dinosaurs. So they have kind of like obsidian blades and stuff like that. Oh, Darkheart. We don't talk about the Matrix sequels here because they're bad. I would put the Matrix... I'm not really gonna rip on anybody who enjoys them. Like, if you just enjoyed watching the movies because of the action scenes and shit, like, that's fine. Everybody likes... Like, there's no... It's something I think people should understand because we talk about movies a lot here, and I will be very, very hyperbolic when I say things. I don't think less of anybody for enjoying basically any movie. It's like, we all have different tastes, and naturally they're not gonna fucking line up, and some of us are gonna like, I like some genuine garbage, and I'm fine with that. But I like The Matrix, the first one, so much, and the second two movies have just nothing to do with what made the first one good, that I tend to just be like, ugh, forget that. Just forget all about it. Look at him batch painting. Batch painting in oils, no less, Stila. Stila Rebel, what are you doing up? Shouldn't you be asleep? Isn't it nighttime on the moon currently? The highway chasing. God, I hated that one though. I'll tell you the one thing, and this will tell you how much of a pedantic, nitpicking asshole I really am. The scene in Reloaded when they're... So in the beginning of the movie, when Neo fights the new agents, he has a moment where he goes, huh, upgrades, because they're tougher than the older agents. Ugh. And, okay, so then Morpheus is fighting the upgraded agent on top of a fucking truck on the highway, right? First of all, how? How? Morpheus got his shit ruined by baseline agents in the first movie. And I'm not talking, oh, he fought them decently and then he ultimately lost. No, he got his shit ruined. He didn't stand a chance. His blows did nothing. And Smith just brutalized him with every single fucking hit. He never stood a chance against the agents. And now we've got upgraded agents, and Morpheus is like, I can fight them now for some reason. Okay. I just went out of focus. Okay, so we accept that premise is okay for whatever fucking reason, sure. Let me redo my focus here, and I'm embarrassed that I did that now. But I'll tell you my primary issue with that scene at that point is, okay, so he's fighting this agent, which is already stupid, but he's doing it, so I accept it, we move on. There's a shot in there when Morpheus is fighting said agent, and Morpheus gets knocked off the truck, and he's like, oh my god, and he goes tumbling backwards, right? and he reaches out to the agent, and he grabs him by the tie. He grabs the agent by the tie, and he hefts himself up like this. And there's like a straight up pause in the scene where the agent goes, oh. There's that same fucking look on his face, that same stupid, just ridiculous ass, I am shocked by these occurrences face. And in that moment, Morpheus is able to pull himself back up onto the truck. Can anyone tell me what the problem is with this? What the fundamental issue with this scene is that completely flies in the face of literally everything that has been established about the plot up until now? Because I bet if you think about it, it's pretty fucking obvious what the problem is. The cake scene? The cake scene that didn't make any sense. Why was the cake scene in there? Like, I like the cake scene as a shot, but it accomplishes nothing. Or like when they go back to the Merovingian, and they're like, he's like, oh, you must bring me the eyes of the Oracle. And they're like, no, we're gonna point a gun at you. And he's like, oh, okay, I'll give you what you want. I'm like, why did you write this? Yeah, the problem is that, first of all, that the agent is, yeah, he could have cut his own tie off and dropped Morpheus. He could have thrown himself off the truck and killed Morpheus. There are like 4 or 5 solid options available to that agent in that moment that would absolutely kill Morpheus. But instead, the computer program with the calculating machine mind goes, I'm so surprised. It's terrible writing and it's bad choreography. And it's upsetting to me because the choreography in the first movie was so good. It was so good. And you had agents sacrificing themselves all the time knowing that they would just come right back. If the agents had always behaved that way, that would be one thing, but they didn't. They acquired that behavior for the purposes of the sequel, and it was just like, ugh. This is just a movie about people punching and kicking now, and the first movie was not about people punching and kicking. In fact, the whole point of the first movie is that the punching and kicking meant nothing, because at the end of the movie, when Neo acquired his true power, he didn't have to punch or kick anymore. The punching and kicking was a waste of fucking time, because none of it's real. I'm sorry, I don't mean to rip into a movie that some people probably enjoy, and there's nothing wrong with it if you do enjoy it. Like, as far as just turning off your brain for a while, it's a perfectly fine film. But it's like Downton Abbey Season 2, and I know I've mentioned this before, even recently. It's like Downton Abbey Season 2 for me, where it's like, if the second season would be fine on its own if it came out and it was like, here's a new show, watch this season. I'd be like, yeah, it's pretty good. But you give me Downton Abbey Season 1 first, and I'm like, this show is amazing. And then you give me Downton Abbey Season 2, and I'm like, why are you still doing the show if you could only write one good season? Like, why don't you just stop? And it was the same thing with The Matrix, where it's like, The Matrix 2 probably would be fine or even good if it released on its own under another name, not connected to The Matrix. But because it's connected to a movie that I truly love, I'm like, this is dog shit. This is why would you do this? Why can't you just admit that you only had one good idea and stop? Yeah, exactly, Sumitha. Like, the Matrix ends when Neo acquires flight and flies up into the camera in the first movie. He says, I'm going to hang up this phone, and then I'm going to show these people something you don't want them to see. I'm going to show them a world without you. And where we go from there, I leave to you. And then he flies. And it's like, that's an amazing ending. That's an amazing ending. That leaves so many possibilities. And that's what really got me, is it's like, even if you were going to make a sequel to The Matrix, the ending of The Matrix left you with so many incredible options for directions that you could possibly go. And it's like going into a fucking candy store, and there's like this cornucopia of choices, and all of them are good, none of them are bad. And you wander through the candy store, and you marvel at all the choices. And you bask in the glory of the fact that this is a choice that you get to make. And then, as you walk past the end of the candy rack, you glance over, and in the trash can is like some old chewed gum that an employee dropped in there wrapped in a fucking napkin. And you're like, I want that one. What? Why? Why would you do this? You had so many choices and you made up something that doesn't make any sense. This is the world we live in. This is the world we live in, folks. And I, on some level, have to accept that it exists, but I do not have to like it. One of the things I love about oil painting is that I can stop after I do this step and then come back to it in a few hours and still be perfectly capable of continuing with this paint job, because none of this paint is going to dry until not even tomorrow. It's going to take this probably 2 days to dry with the way I have it mixed.
I suppose you could just go ahead and glorb that paint on anywhere. It's not like we're trying to get inside the lines or anything.
Well, thank you very much. I will. I'm going to get this wipe away done, and then we're going to roll into the storm report, folks. So make sure you've got those entries in if you want to participate tonight. Yeah, and Stila, this is actually a big strength for me, because if you've been watching me paint over the last year, you'll know that I have a tendency to, like, I'll wet my brush with acrylic paint, and I'll stop right here, and I'll go, this movie's bad, and you're dumb for liking it, and here's why. And then by the time I've come to the end of my asinine rant, I'm like, oh, my paint's dry. Oh, why, thank you very much, Matt Yee. The yeest of Matts, as it were, or Matty E, as his friends call him. I don't think that's a thing. Matty E. That's not a good joke. If anyone laughed at that, you should probably be ashamed of yourself. Just establishing some base tones that I can work with to blend up here. I'm gonna have to stick myself a couple extra little sponge bits to finish this, but that's okay. I've got some ready. Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Have some oil paints. Need to give them a go. Walter, you should. And I don't just mean that in the sense that... This is... Look, I am an edgy, socially aware contrarian, okay? I recognize that. I absolutely recognize that is who I am as a person. I own that. I'm not going to pretend like it's not true. And that part of me says oil painting has become a bit of a fad. And it has. But having indulged in it myself, you should give it a try, Walter. Because it's one of those fads where it's like, yeah, it's lame that everybody's going to be doing it here kind of soon. Because obviously, if, you know, it's only cool for me to do things if not a lot of people are doing them, you know? Like, you know, it's only cool for me to listen to a band if it's obscure and not a lot of people know about it. And then as soon as people know about it, it's not cool anymore. Like, these are just facts, okay? Like, I mean, for God's sake, Matt Yee is doing it. When Matt Yee starts doing something, you know that the trend is well and truly past. That's like when your dad said he got Facebook. It's like, that's over. We're done. I'm deleting my account. No, they are Stila, and this is the thing. As I complain about the faddishness of it, I'm also going to turn around and say, like, it's acquiring popularity right now because it's good, and because people are... I think that there's a very good reason that acrylics became the king of hobby paints. I think those reasons have a lot to do with practicality. It's easy to teach new painters with no art background how to work with acrylics. They're low mess. They don't use any chemicals that you need to be in any way concerned with. They dry very quickly and fairly strong, so you can paint things and then use them shortly thereafter. Like, there are a lot of reasons that acrylics sort of took over. They're easy to store. They don't make a big mess if you spill them. They're easy to clean up. Like, there are a lot of reasons. You have to stop trying to make fetch happen. It's not gonna happen. But things have changed, and something I mentioned in Steela's stream the other day, I think one of the things that's changed, particularly in 2020, is we all have a lot more fucking time on our hands, and you need some to get good with oils and then to let them dry. If you're looking to paint a model and play with it tomorrow, don't use oils. But if you've got the time to let it sit for a while and let it cure properly, go ahead and give it a shot. And if there's one thing we have on our hands this year, it's time. Well, I am constantly full of shit, Project Dark Fox. I thought we established this. I'll make it quick. I just gotta pull off some paint here. Hey, POV. I'm glad you decided to stop in. It's always good to see you, man. Hope you're having a good night. I would like to note something, and I'm gonna note this is just incredibly fucking nerdy, and you shouldn't actually, like, unless you really, really care about it, it doesn't matter even the tiniest little bit. I'm just gonna note it because I've been building these men-at-arms for Conquest. And because the shields for the men-at-arms are separate pieces that you have to glue onto their arms. Alright? I'm just gonna note, and this is a historical note, so it doesn't actually apply to fantasy figures at all. These are fantasy figures, so you can do anything you fucking want with them. There's no wrong answer. You can mount the shield however you want. But historically speaking, in medieval Europe, when using what is called a heater shield, which by the way is a completely modern name for this shield, this style of shield would have been called many things in period. I say in period, these models have no period because again, these are fantasy models. However, in the European period, with an S, that this style of shield would be in use, and there were many styles of shield used over hundreds to thousands of years. But this style, again, called a heater because it's shaped like the bottom of an iron. This is a completely modern phrase. They did not call it that. The correct way to hang it on your arm is as such, with your arm at a diagonal and your fist towards the upper corner away from your primary hand. Such that when you brought it up across your chest, you would often have this portion right above your forearm over your heart. But it would be at an angle with the fist facing up into the corner. This doesn't matter what I'm saying. This doesn't matter even the tiniest little bit. No one will ever notice. No one will ever care. I barely care, and I'm here talking about it. I just know that, and I wanted to share it with you. And that's fine, too. Yeah, with the point going down, there were a number of shields of a similar shape, too. And then there were teardrop shields, which could have been mounted and hung in a number of different ways. Frankie Carbone, how are you doing today, my friend? Good to see you. Frankie. Frank, Jank-a-lank, how you doing, my truck driving brother? Guys, Frankie is a pretty fucking fantastic late night variety streamer. If you enjoy watching American Truck Simulator, this is a man you need to be following. So we didn't get any paint on these guys tonight, but we will here pretty soon. We've just been working on their bases. It is less stress on the arm, White Wolf, because most of the weight, you wind up with 1-2 straps here, and then usually either a solid piece or more likely a pair of crossed leather straps in your palm to grip the shield with. And you would also have a strap that goes over and around your shoulder so that you can rest most of the weight on your bicep, and that way your hand will only be used to maneuver and move the shield. And that way you have the fulcrum, the rotation point, down far here, and you're applying pressure to the corner of the shield so you can tilt it out and tilt it in very easily. All of this is fairly speculative, however, because we can't actually ask anyone who did it. We can only really refer to manuals from people who were teaching its use. Nanotanks is going to disagree with me. If I want anyone in this chat to disagree with me, it's Nanotanks. Lay it on me, buddy. Now, let me preface, before you go, before you prove me wrong, there are many correct, can you see the air quotes? Correct ways to hang a shield. And there were so many shields of so many different styles being used by so many different people that you can find examples of them being used a vast variety of ways. So for me to say that's the only way is inaccurate. It is simply the most recognized way by pretty much every major martial manual I've seen that has anything to do with the use of the what is called the heater style shield. I can also tell you it's a very, very comfortable way to use it. Oh, they're coming along, Frankie. They are coming along. I should preface everything that I say. Like, anytime on this channel when I'm like, I'm gonna lay some facts on you, be aware before I say anything that I am full of shit. Just on everything. See, that's the issue, Nanotanks. And really, if I was really gonna air my pet peeves on medieval nomenclature, phraseology, and education, it's when people say, did you know that people in the past did this way? The correct answer is much more complicated than that always, because we are talking about millions of people, billions of people, across hundreds to thousands of years, spread across thousands of miles, without the internet or reliable communication. So the simple fact is that if you want to, you can find people doing almost anything you want in the medieval historic period. Because everybody was kind of making it up. Like, just the sheer amount, the sheer number of variations are staggering just based on the geography alone, let alone the time scale. You see how much fashion changes within 10 years. Now imagine how much it changes when your country has existed for several thousand. And if you don't think that armor and weapons are fashion, man, you got some reading to do, because they were. God, that sounded so pretentious. Oh, that was terrible, wasn't it? If you don't think arms and armor were fashion, you've got some reading to do, kid. How fucking full of himself is this douchebag? Ugh, unfollow. Oh, hell yeah, Walter. I would just like you to know, this is why I always like to talk about the medieval bollock dagger. If you don't know what a bollock dagger is, you should go to Google right now and look up bollock dagger. B-O-L-L-O-C-K dagger. Look it up. Because it's a dagger shaped like a dick and balls. Like, specifically and explicitly shaped like a dick and balls. And I want you to know in your heart, and I want you to contemplate and take this in. I want you to really understand what I'm about to say.
Really focused, Thunderhead, but your
It's
camera
focused.
is
You can see, Rogue. But I really do want you to take this in and know that for a period of several hundred years, we're talking 300 to 400 years, that's a long time. It was the serious fashion of grown, moneyed, land-owning men. I'm talking about the people who make decisions for the rest of humanity, the most important people in government at that point, what existed of government. It was the fashion for those men, those serious men who are to be taken seriously, to wear a dagger shaped like a dick and balls on the front of their belt over their dick and balls. That's the world we live in. And what I'd like you to take away from that is if right now you're thinking to yourself, or if you have thought to yourself at any point in the last little while, why do I do what I do? Nothing I do is serious. I feel like I need more meaning in my life. I feel like I need to be taken more seriously. I feel like me painting these little miniatures, it just isn't important. It's silly. They're just little miniatures. I want you to know that. Because you can't possibly be any more fucking pathetic than a serious man with a wooden dick and balls over his dick and balls, insisting that heads of state take him seriously. You can't be more ridiculous than that. And that was a serious person. That was a person who had power and authority. People listened to that man. You'd have to work pretty hard to be any sillier than that. This world is not a very serious place. I see Skull Fairy in chat there. I think I did, and I just scrolled right past it. I wish armor was still a fashion. The other thing about that Skull Fairy, it is a pain in the ass to wear. It is genuinely a pain in the ass to wear armor, and I'm glad that it's not fashion anymore, because that shit's heavy and expensive. And as much as I enjoy wearing it from time to time, like, I would not wish the regular wearing of armor on basically anyone. Also consider the world you have to live in for the wearing of armor to become a fashion. That means that wearing armor has to be commonplace enough and thus necessary enough that that's possible, and that world is violent and brutal and terrible, and you're very likely to die in it. So I don't... I mean, I'm considering the grander context here, mind you, but I don't want to live in that world, personally. Alright, so we got a little bit done today. Mostly just glazing and wiping away. And we're going to be able to work in some actual colors here pretty soon on these here Conquest bases. But, considering how very, very little work I've actually put in, this is pretty okay. This reinforces my point that, like, you could stop here if you felt like it. I'm going to come in here, and I'm going to do some highlights, and I'm going to mix things up, but, like, you could stop right here, throw a couple washes down, stick down some grass tufts, and be like, I'm done painting these bases. And this didn't take much time and took almost no effort. I've been ranting about fucking movies the whole time I've been doing this. What are these and why are they in circles? So Frankie Carbone, I can explain that very easily. These are regiment bases for a game called Conquest. So here's a base, and there's 4 fantasy mans on it, and each fantasy man is attached to a base. So you're like, my mans are connected in a big square of bases like this with more people on them, and they're fighting your mans. Oh no, I lost 2 mans! So I removed 2 mans. And now there's only half the mans left to mark the health of the unit. And then you're like, oh no, more mans have died. Oh god. And then this tray is empty, and you're like, boop, and you remove this, and your regiment has gotten a little bit smaller. And then you have ones with other sizes on them. This is for cavalry, which is only 1 figure to a base. And this is for a hero, which is also 1 figure to a base, though he is obviously smaller. He's special mans, unless he gets special man's base. Why? I don't know. You know what? You tell me, Zombie Bro Studio. You tell me. And because I'm anal retentive about this, everything is magnetized, so these guys just lock right down in here. Yes, White Wolf. In this game, you can have a retinue with your hero, which is other models, but he goes on his own base, and if there are other models on the base with him, they're purely cosmetic. So you have the choice of using a regular base and putting his retinue models on with him, or just putting the hero model on there, because the retinue is just like buying abilities for the hero. And I designed and 3D printed these all myself, by the way, Frankie, and they also have these, which... Here's my little puzzle piece. There it is. There's this little puzzle piece connector that I have here, and you know, like this, and that snaps on magnetically like so, and then you have another base, and that snaps on magnetically like so. So when you're moving things around in a big unit on the tabletop, these connect together, and if I hold them in midair, it doesn't work as well. But on a flat, these connect together, and then they are joined, and they won't wobble or move apart, and they'll always center, so then you can shift these around as one big unit. Yeah. Let's do the Storm Report. What do you say, ladies and gents? Let's have a look at what y'all have been posting.
Alright, locusts and gentle mechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glorp paint and wet palates with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report. Brought to you by viewers like you.
I am going to have to shift my audio slightly. One moment, because it appears that we have some audio entries here. Also, let me go ahead and rinse out this oil brush I've been using. I don't want that to... the oil's not going to dry, but I'd still like to take care of my, maintenance as soon as possible. Storm Report, the short version. Yeah, let's take a look. Holy shit, this has been an amazing stream, you guys. Everybody have a great night. I'm kidding. Oh, God, there are a lot of entries, though. Woo! Scoot my stuff out of the way here. Let me throw away these bits of sponge, because otherwise I'm going to stick my elbow in them, and nobody wants that. Have we got a dry line? Well, with you in chat, Frankie, I'm afraid there isn't a dry seat in the house. Oh, God, terrible! Why do I do these jokes? Deeply ashamed of myself. These in their little drawer. So I'll have them for next time. Move my little oil palette, which I should be able to get a lot more use out of this one. I barely used any space on it today. Move that over there. Get my brushes out of the way. Okay. Let me adjust my audio so that we can actually hear our audio entries. Discord, monitor, and output, and we are good to go. Oh, Mafik, I'm glad that we have given up any pretense whatsoever to the naming conventions of our thick art pieces here, because here we have the KV2 MILF, which, what could that possibly stand for? What's that an acronym for? Other than what it's obviously an acronym for, it's the Military Industrial Lengthening Fungus. No, that's terrible. That doesn't make any sense. What is it? Somebody give me a military acronym for MILF. Mech, I would like to fight. That's much better than what I came up with. Mine wasn't even clever, like even a little bit. I like the armored. I like how we've taken the front of a tank here, complete with like the driver's viewport. Make it look fantastic. Military industrial life form. We've got the headlight over here, which it has to be a boob joke by itself. We've got the little pintle-mounted machine. Not pintle. This would be... What would this be? This isn't a pintle. Is this a gimbal? Rogue, you're in chat. Tell me what this would be called. It's not coaxial. It's not pintle-mounted. Is it gimbal-mounted? Or would gimbal-mounted have to be... Is a gimbal a rotational point that is separate? Just hull-mounted? Okay. I feel like a pintle refers more to something that's perched on top, but I don't actually know enough about that to say for sure. Casement mounted? Yeah, that works. It doesn't shoot arrows to square. I don't even know why. I don't know why I said that. It's a wonderful piece of art. I particularly like the boob armor and the fact that it really is just the front of a tank cut off and plastered onto her general milfy goodness. Very heavily armored with a major tank gun here. and then rocking like a couple of a blade of armor, ammo magazines. I'm not sure what's on her back, but she does look like she could. You ever seen that costume of the kid at the convention? Who's like, he's like dressed as a transformer, like a tank, and he can just get on the ground and kind of roll up, and he becomes a tank. It's adorable, and it reminds me very much of that. Yeah, I know Gimbal is basically a ball-mounted rogue, but I wasn't sure if Gimbal can refer to a flush-mounted ball, or if it has to be a separate ball. Because all the gimbal mounts that I've seen that are definitely gimbals tend to be mounted on top. But I don't know if that's a requirement, so I was hesitant to say. Multifunctional integrated long-range fusion missile. Or how about... I should have just gone with multifunctional integrated long-range... Mom, I'd like to fuck. We brought the joke around. Full circle. Back to the beginning. Let's take a look at what we have up next. By the way, Mafik, thank you so much for your entry. Hey, I guess that coffee's working. Here we have from Chaotic Harmony, my first mini of the Huge Ass Tau Army. Huge Ass Tau. Of my own that is now painted. Or rather, the first mini is painted. Hey, that's something. Instead of sleeping between Sunday and Monday, because who needs sleep? I did this. Free-handed the sept symbols on his gun and helmet. He's a fire warrior for the Far Sight Enclaves, also known as the edgelord douchebags of the Tau Empire. The Tau, who are just too goddamn cool for school, so they made their own enclave with blackjack and hookers and cow people. Ah, the freehand stands for Fire Warriors Shasla Squad 1. Ooh, that's some nice freehand. That really is. I like the color combo too. I like the kind of warm white combined with the red. I know you're just going with a pre-existing scheme, but it's well realized. The yellows are nice too. I expect all those Tau to have huge asses kit bashed on them. Yeah, get busy with that green stuff. We need some huge ass Tau. All my jokes are tired. What am I doing with my life? Oh, the basing always looks wonderful. It's getting to a point now, Chaotic, where I'm going to stop complimenting you as much because you've set your standards too high. Does that make sense? Like, it used to be like, oh, that Chaotic guy, he's really enthusiastic with his paint job. So when he does a good one, we're like, ooh, Chaotic. But now it's like you're just a good painter? And it's like less impressive when you do a good job. It's becoming almost like, Chaotic Harmony did a good job again today. That was great. You know, the sun rose too, and water's still wet. Basing is just Kursala's flocking, glued it down and dry brushed it. All the flocking I've seen you use from Kursala, I think, is really, really well applied. It seems to have a good mixture of grit in it. Really, though, this guy looks wonderful. The freehand is excellent. I would encourage you to keep up with the freehand, because freehanding symbols and stuff on your minis is the kind of thing where you have to keep practicing. You can fall out of practice and kind of lose it. So if you're just, it can be a huge daunting thing if you've never done it before. But if you just keep it up, it's simple to do. And I think that's the best place to be as a painter, is where you're not afraid of doing a little bit of freehand. It looks very clean. It looks like you put it down and then came in with some red to clean up the edges and to get the shapes that you want, that would be my suggestion if you were having any trouble with it. I think this looks fantastic. Really, really nicely done, Chaotic. I wish that I had significant critique for this. I know. Now, I don't know specifically what the Far Sight Enclave calls for color-wise. I know that you obviously have some choice in how you do it and which colors you pick. Jin, good to see you. With as many warm colors as are on the Far Sight Enclave, if you were to take this gray, the undersuit, and do this in a dark blue, this is what I want you to do. This is my assignment to you, Chaotic Harmony, okay? You're going to start working more with temperature contrast, because warm next to cool looks fucking fantastic. So I want you to contrast all these warm colors with a cool undersuit. I want you to work in more of a deep blue, okay? Because you're going to find your reds popping a whole lot more when you work in some deep blues. You could even do some on the gun here. Some of these areas you could do in it to make the red pop out a little bit more. That's what I want you to give a try to, because you have advanced a lot in the last year. I think if you added that skill to your paint repertoire, you would advance very, very quickly. Nicely done. What did I miss? Oh my god, Jin07, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. We are just getting busy with the Storm Report. Here we have from Squared, finished the pommel and made some pork carnitas tacos. I'm really quite excited to look at those carnitas. That looks nice. I like the little bit of mud down here. We got some scratches. I like how you've oriented the scratches mostly toward the front and mostly with this kind of backward dynamic angle, indicating it picks these up when it drives. Probably people firing at the front of the tank and hitting on the skirt, or rocks getting kicked up. It just indicates that it's constantly moving forward when this happens. I like it. I really, really like the camo, too. Normally I'm not big on camo, but this is well done. It's subtle and effective, particularly when put next to the blue. And good work on the desert basing, too. Very, very nice stuff. Have we, Jin? I apologize if we've talked before, Jin. The name seems familiar. I meet a lot of people in chat, so I don't, please don't take it personally if we've had a conversation and I don't recall it. If you remind me what we talked about, I'm sure I would. I mean, you know what? Whether we have or not, I say we start over. I say we start this relationship from the beginning, Jin, because I can't remember. Maybe we had a conversation and we didn't like each other. Maybe I was a dick. Maybe you were a dick. Let's forgive one another. And let's just start with, hey, I'm Thunderhead. It's nice to meet you, Jin. Let's be friends. Dicks unite. Let us gingerly touch our tips. Here we have some... Oh, damn. With the green chilies and everything. This looks delicious. I want to slap that tortilla on a stove for a minute before I eat this. Like, I don't know if you were looking for critique on this one, Square, but you're about to get some from me right now. I want that tortilla a little toasted, because this is just not quite doing it for me. Like, everything here looks delicious. And it's like you painted the fucking Mona Lisa, and then you stopped trying at the face. You did, like, have you guys seen that picture, that portrait of Jesus that one old woman restored? It's like that. It's like we were so close. We were so close. But we gotta have a toasted tortilla and we gotta melt that cheese, buddy. Gotta melt that cheese. But how much more would your hunger have been sated had you taken the extra minute to Square? We are not about the easy answers here on this stream. We are about doing it right, not doing it fast. That's not true. I was lying just now. Well, I wasn't lying on purpose, though. I will say that it looks fucking delicious one way or the other. Mafik, welcome back. We were just talking about that quite milfy figure that you posted. Here we have from Kursala 2 more batches for Pona's contest. Started Sunday morning, finished Sunday evening. Damn, gonna refer to this batch as Ninja Toads because they remind me of Ninja Turtles and Battletoads. There's a 5th one, but he's not done yet. Strato Kintaro, Sylogy Kintaro, and Dervish, and a mishmash of scraps that White Wolf previously named.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
That's just accurate. Burger Thome. Timberwolf torso, Wolfhound arms, Arctic wolf legs, Bushwhacker feet, and an Orion arm for the dorsal cannon. I love the pose, and I'm appalled at the combination of parts. That's horrific. 2 different designers worth of Kintaros here. I'm never really a big fan of the Kintaro until I fell in love with Kamea Arano, and now I'm kind of all about it. It's a good looking mech. Turns out Hero Forge lets you buy STLs now, and I have a 3D printer. Oh ho ho ho! Get after it, Kingfisher. Kamea really is... I'm surprised at the number of people I talk to about the HBS Battletech game who don't like Kamea, who are just full of criticism for Kamea Arano, and I'm like, Kamea's really quite cool. Like, I really liked her character. I thought her voice acting was great. I thought her facial scars were actually really, really cool. Her whole story is great. She's inspirational as hell. This is a lovely looking lance, though, and nicely done, particularly for a one-day paint job. Got some fancy looking bases there to go with it, too. Lovely, lovely work, Kursala. Here we have, of course, batch 2, a bit more eclectic. Polygon Masterworks, Timberwolf done up in a desert/scrubland style, Strato, Grand Dragon, a hunch mess, some shoulder hips, and an Orion. Oh, that's okay, I see, yeah. And an Orion with a modified Barrel Hawk arm. Hunch mess is a hunchback torso, Bull Shark right arm with a few new cannons, King Crab left arm, Warhammer lower half, shoulder hips is a Mad Cat 3 torso, King Crab legs, feet, Orion feet rather, and Barrel Hawk arms. On the right lower was a random weapon bit. Although the right lower was a random weapon bit. Oh, he wants a hug. Look at him. You can tell. No, he's adorable. Oh, Sound like someone let orcs build the battle mechs. This is 3025, baby. This is 3025. If it's got two legs and a fucking gyro, you're doing something right. And sometimes those 2 legs need to come from a king crab, and the gyro needs to come from a Mad Cat 3. What are you gonna do? Well, it can't be 3025 if it's Mad Cat 3, but you know, whatever. We're not gonna get too technical here. That's just a waste of time and energy. Lovely work overall. I like the arm replacement on the Orion. That's a nice touch in particular. Needs more fire moth. Yeah, it needs some more of this business here. Some of that fire moth action. You know what I'm talking about. Meanwhile, in the periphery. That Grand Dragon sculpt is pretty nice. I like that a lot. Fire moths are fucking absurd. They're just completely fucking ridiculous. Alright. Let's hear what Rogue has recorded for us today. No sound. No sound for you, really? I thought I had it working too. All right. Maybe that's better. Maybe that's for the best. There should be sound. I literally just had the fucking sound working. I know what I have to do. Guys, routing sound through Discord into OBS is strangely a huge pain in the ass. Oh, because I keep another channel going where I can hear some voice chat while I'm streaming, and I don't have an easy button to switch this, so give me a second and I'll fix it. I thought it was going to be working. Now I have to play that twice? Ah, fuck. I need to get better at using voice meter potato/banana. Because it's ridiculous that I have to keep doing this, and I know that there are answers, I'm just bad at doing them. Alright, it should work now. Let's give this another shot.
And now, a reading from the Oxford Dictionary. Today's word, the word fuck. As in what Thunderhead will say when streamer fell for it yet again. Yeah.
This is getting to a point where we have become kind of remarkably self-referential. You know that point in the comedy show when its jokes are just referring to older jokes from the same show because it's been on so long? Yeah, it's like a self-parody at this point. We might be becoming a little inaccessible to new viewers, you guys. Yeah, a little too meta. We've become The Office. Yeah, now, this is the point where all of our plots are around, like, the fact that Jim and Pam are married, and new viewers, like, aren't really privy to the details of how their relationship started, so it's not interesting to them. Homemade protein bar, is that what the kids are calling it these days? I don't know what that's a euphemism for. Yes, anyway. Ooh, got something here from Roland. Look at that. Look at that little plastic gear. I like how adorable these little gear figures are. I actually really appreciate how that's no surprise, Chaotic. You haven't had a fresh idea in months. Like, we just expect that out of you at this point. Zombie Brush calls being Dwight. I want to be Dwight's friend, Rolf, played by, oh, somebody help me out. He's the fucking voice of Dr. Venture. I can't remember the voice actor's name. He's just an actor. Like, he is a voice actor, but he's also an actor. It's not Doc Hammer or Kursala. It's... Shit. I feel dumb. Somebody look it up. James Urbaniak, thank you so much, Data Nerd. Yes, I want to be him. In the context of if we're all Office characters, which, by the way, is a terrible thought experiment. Let's not indulge in that. This is a Strike Jaeger for my demo squad. Very, very nice build work on this. They're tricky to get in these running poses, but it looks like you've done a good job with this. Did you use plastic glue to seal him to the base, Roland? Because if you haven't, you might consider that. That or really strengthen that bond. Because with the toes lifted like that, he'll be liable to snap off if you don't make that real secure. Loctite gel, that's probably good enough. As long as you scored the surface before you did it, that's probably good enough. They're really light figures. Well, it's a very fun conversation, Steela. You get to be fucking Angela the goddamn Killjoy now. That's the role that you just earned, so I hope you're happy with that. He swears it's not an idiot laughing joke, but I have my doubts.
Welcome, y'all, to Thunderhead Studios, where you'll witness the painting quality of Bob Ross. If he had a stroke.
Oh, no. Oh, that makes me think about Bob Ross having a stroke, which would make me sadder if he weren't already dead and that weren't outside the realm of possibility at this point. Oh, we don't make mistakes. We just have happy little accidents, boys and girls. Here we have from our very own Rodan. Some skelly boys done up this work. Man, I swear, you have done such a great job on these undead. It's a little bit ridiculous, Rodan. I love the colors that we're using here. Fairly simple painting techniques, though it looks like you have spent more time doing the model checker pattern on one half of the breastplates. This is probably one of the most unique and interesting paint jobs. Like, everybody's painting these undead right now. And it is really challenging as a painter to stand out sometimes when you're painting the new big thing. And this is a great example of pulling it off with flying fucking colors. There are a lot of people out there doing a lot of different techniques. I haven't seen one set quite like this, and I am completely fucking digging it. Rodan, fantastic work as always, man. This is one of the things I love about having this stream, having it for as long as we've had it now, and doing the Storm Report the whole time, because we do this every fucking stream, is getting to watch painters grow and change. Because I don't want to look at these and say, these are better than what you've painted before. Because, Rodan, I know that you paint to a lot of different standards, and you spend different amounts of time on figures based on what you're going to use them for, and how much of a shit you give. Like, for example, I think your Kite Man really came out well when you did that one, as compared to some other DC figures that you spent less time with. Thank you so much. These look fucking great. And these are a wonderful entry in my overall thesis of how important it is to learn some color theory and to apply not just value, but temperature contrast in your painting. Because there's not that much value contrast here. There's some. You can catch some down here. And on the helmets, there's a lot of value contrast with the sort of weathering, the verdigris. But mostly there's a lot of temperature contrast. Like, you'll have cools next to warms. Bing, bang, boom, right across. And, oh my god, these really pop, and the work on the base is just fantastic. Rodan, really great work, and thank you for sharing that with us. Oh no. Oh, this is apparently what we're doing tonight. This is what this stream has become. This is what I'm reduced to.
Well, thanks to the lovely Right Sister, I was informed that it's Thunderhead Studio. That it is, and always has been, studio. Don't give her a follow. Chris, this is supposed to be a Thunderhead Studio intro. What do you mean this was supposed to be a Thunderhead intro?
He's an idiot, but he brings up a good point. And this is something that happens a lot. This actually happened to me when we were doing the CavCon online recently, where the person who was before me in the CavCon lineup, the idea was that over the course of the virtual convention, we would each raid one into one another's channel, so it was a consistent viewing experience throughout the day. And he just typed in /raid Thunderhead Studios. Because of course you do, because it's Thunderhead Studios, right? That just makes sense. It rolls off the tongue. It's what you think of. But I named it Thunderhead Studio, and I don't put the S on it ever. Because I don't know if you guys remember that old SNL skit with the restaurant called One Brother? Where everybody who goes in always asks the waiter, he's like, well, this is a great place, I love your food. Why are you called one brother? And he'd always go, oh, because I have one brother. Like, there's one brother. That makes perfect sense. But of course, there's two brothers. Yeah, that's sort of where I go with this. I have one studio. There's just the one. It's Thunderhead Studio. Maybe one day we'll become Thunderhead Studios, but I'll have to hire somebody before that's going to happen. Oh, let's keep going. Can't wait to do like 50 more of them. I feel your pain, Rodan. Oh, God. Here we have from Hamburg Tack. Just started painting my Diamond Sharks Beta Galaxy. I'm stuck on what I should do with the bases. And yes, that is shark teeth painted on the Ice Ferret. It's my first game since being painted. It was able to kill a Warhammer by itself. Caused an ammo explosion. Decided to reward it with a promotion. Those aren't shark. Those are ferret teeth. You can say that they're shark teeth all you want, but those are clearly ferret teeth. Ferrets are vicious, man. Don't undersell a ferret. I fucking love this song. Listen to him. Listen to him just making love to that sax. It's disgusting. Bueno Treno, this is BattleTech. A lot of what we do here on the stream is actually BattleTech. Yeah, if you've never played BattleTech, give it a shot. If you're into like hyper granular storytelling pseudo RPG style combat, like you can tell like I fired this weapon and the second shot pierced your left torso and it hit your ammo containment, and that caused an explosion that removed half the health points. Like, if that's the kind of gameplay you want, it can be quite a lot to get through. But that's classic BattleTech. There's also a much more simplified version of it called Alpha Strike that you may enjoy more if you're more used to other war games, where it's much, much simplified from that. You can play with more figures that way. But yeah, definitely check it out, man. Hit that thumbs up, slam that like button. Nice work on that Ice Ferret Hamburg Tack. Oh, there he is again. Look, he's got a grin because of the way his jaw is kind of open forward. He's like, he's rocking that ferret underbite. That's a pretty cool. I've always enjoyed doing things like that. I used to do it with my Space Marines. If one had a particularly good day, I'd give him like a purity seal or an award or something like that. Kind of develop your own story. Fuck writing a big backstory for guys that have never fought a battle. Let them develop their own story on the tabletop, and then just recognize it. Then just recognize it. The bases do look a little bit like milk chocolate. Any thoughts on basing? You should do some. I would lean into warm colors, and because of the way that you've arranged the coloration on these guys, you might consider doing something very much like the color that is on this mat here, because they have this yellow here, and I think it would look good to repeat that yellow in the base, like desert dirt. And then if you feel like taking some sort of desert colored like weathering pigments, and kind of put a little bit of that on the feet and the lower side of the knees. That way you'll have this kind of nice balance of the yellow from the top to the bottom of the figure. Oh, Thunder Mom, headed to bed. Thank you so much for being here. It's great to see you in chat. I'm really glad you decided to come out tonight. I hope you had a very, very happy Mother's Day. You guys over there, that particular family, y'all are fucking wonderful, and I'm gonna have to make some time to come see you guys soon. Paint the dragon that's been in my cupboard for like 3 months, and then I'll get into BattleTech. Listen to this fucking guy. Listen to this fucking guy. He's like, I'm gonna finish the projects that I haven't finished yet before I get new miniatures. That's ridiculous. Oh, that's good. No, that's good. No, bueno, thank you so much. I needed a good laugh today, man. That's quality stuff right there. That's like meta painter humor. Unless, of course, you're being serious, in which case I'm sorry for openly laughing at you. Oh, I feel your pain. Yeah. Hey, sometimes we finish things. Sometimes we look at Hamburg. I finished a Warcaster Force recently, and it's probably the last thing I'm gonna finish like this year.
Here at Thunderhead Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
Oh, God, welcome to the club. You're supposed to paint them? Oh, no, that's why they do them in soft PVC, Rangonius, is so you can chew them, I believe. I don't mean to really make fun of you, Bueno. I hope you take that in the spirit in which it's delivered, which is pure mirth. Here we have from Lore Friendly, current work in progress. We're pausing for wash to dry on the skin and realizing my issue with painting for long stints is absolutely not having a planned scheme. With these, just following the recipe painting has actually been enjoyable on its own. Lore Friendly, you're discovering something that I have been doing recently, which is I love box art and studio schemes now. I used to hate them when I was new to the hobby, but these days, being able to just turn my brain off and be like, what color did they use for the box art? I'm going to do that. Has actually been really nice. This is something that Games Workshop started doing with their heavy metal stuff around like 2015, 2016 that I thought was really good. Used to be that the heavy metal paint jobs on the boxes of their figures were to a really, really very high standard. Like, really a high standard. They toned them down significantly around 2015, 2016. And they started introducing their own painting method. Like, you'll see, you know, Citadel, base, Citadel layer, Citadel wash, Citadel highlight, these specially formulated paints. They've got their specialized paint system of, like, you know, base, layer, highlight, wash. They got dry brush pigments. They engaged in a significant effort to make their box art paint schemes achievable and to introduce people to the edge highlighting method in a very accessible way. And now, if you like a figure that you see on the box art for some Games Workshop stuff, you can consult the picture and be like, oh, these are the colors I need. And the methods being used are always kept fairly simple so that they're very, very achievable for new painters. As much shit as I give Games Workshop and Citadel for their products, that has been one of the most significant... It's amazing to me that has been one of the most significant changes to the hobby in years, is them doing that. That along with Duncan Rhodes' painting videos, which... God bless Duncan Rhodes. My point is, I know the feeling, though. And I will say that those clan rats are looking very, very nice indeed. Have I tried edge highlighting in oils yet? I have not, though I will be here pretty soon, Steela. I will be sure to give you some thoughts on that, since you ask so nicely. Here we have from the POV 42, starting in on a new project of spaceship minis, and I'm really proud of this dropship I painted. Feel like he's got good detail for something small. That is very tiny. That's remarkably tiny. Did you sculpt this? It looks maybe GS sculpted. The details are very nice. Good temperature contrast, good detailing, nice panel lines. This looks pretty cool. It's nicely done, POV. Oh, spheroid dropships, you're so fucking wacky. I like the doors on the bottom, too. A nice job on the thruster nozzles, if you will. Become the potato chips of painting for you, in that you keep going, you can't stop yourself. Because if that's the case, fucking ride that wave of productivity, man. Ride it for as long as it lasts. That's an IW... I don't want to turn this into a thing where I rip on Iron Wind Metals. I don't want to do that. I feel like if you're in this stream and you know my opinion on Battletech and Iron Wind Metals, you know that right now I'm not judging your paint job. I think the paint job is fantastic on something this tiny in particular, but I am definitely judging their sculpts. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. I'll button it up, I'll swallow it, and then when I go to take a shower after this, I'll just scream at the fucking wall. How about that? Does that sound better? That seems healthy, right? Bottle it up, that's what they say. Stuff it down with brown. The Thunderhead method. It is a good paint job. I like the color choices, and I'm looking forward to seeing what you wind up with for a Battletech fleet. Nicely done, POV 42. Yeah, don't tempt me. Don't tempt me. Don't do it. Here we have from Ion Raptor, deleted my above post because I did a lot more on it since then. The Ion Raptor production type is looking a lot more like the Mech Warrior 4 Hellhound, so I think I'll play that aspect up. Pretty sure I'm going to include a small movable shield on the foot that covers and protects the ankle joint. That just seems wise. Ankle joints are vulnerable, and covering up joints like that is a good way to increase the strength of your model too, because joints naturally come to fine points, and putting like a shield over top of it will let you have a good strong join all the way down to the foot while still looking like it's articulated. This is what Ion Raptor has been working on his stream recently. And like I said, guys, if you have any interest in learning how to do 3D sculpting for 3D printing, go to Ion Raptor's channel. He uses very, very simple, very accessible tools, and he makes it look fucking easy. It's not, and you'll know that as soon as you start doing it, but he can show you a lot of techniques just through his work that are going to help you create some wonderful, wonderful 3D printed figures. I need to get back to you, by the way, Ion, on which parts I want for that Bane that you made. Dude, Ion Raptor. Ion, thank you for being a part of this community, dude, because I admired you a long time before I started streaming. I really did. You had some of the best sculpts back when all this 3D printing business was still just getting off the ground. And it's fucking fantastic to see you continuing to work. Wish you could afford a 3D printer. Bueno, you might be surprised. I don't know your financial situation, so I don't want to say something like, you definitely can, because some people have responsibilities in this world. But it might not be as expensive as you think. It might not be as expensive as you think. You might consider looking around on the Thunderhead Studio Discord or asking some questions. If there's anybody who can make 3D printing affordable, it is our crew of dedicated 3D printing fucking nerds, which, oh my god, so many nerds. You have any idea how many nerds are on my server? It's like, ugh, it drives me a little crazy from time to time. So many nerds. Man, it smells in there. It smells like PLA and ultraviolet sensitive resin. Here we have from Zombie Brush Studios, wife's handiwork. Sometimes she paints too. Aww, this is adorable. I like how she did the thong toe straps. Sort of simulate the depth, the 3D depth of it by putting the curve along it here instead of just doing it straight. Which is what the instinct might be. Nicely done. Where is this? Is this just hanging outside to dry and you're going to put this up inside Zombie Brush? Yeah, every single person is a nerd. Got 50% care of your kids, work, let me go. So yeah, see, that's why I'm saying, Bueno, like, I don't know your situation, so I don't want to say, like, you can probably afford it. Because again, you, sir, have responsibilities. So I totally understand that. But if it clears up some, you might be able to develop, like, a target number. Like, if I can have this much money free that I can really spend on anything I want, maybe I can get into 3D printing. That number might be smaller than you think, and sometimes just having a target like that can really, really help. Some Beast Grave we did up as well. Ooh. Oh, zombie. You're getting too good at this, man. This is nice. This is real nice. Zombie Brush understands the focal point, the concept of the focal point and color composition better than most painters because he has forced himself into this style and has practiced it so much. But if you want to talk about focal points, look at these minis. It is directing your eye exactly where, much more blatantly than most minis do, and a little bit easier because of the choice of colors. But like like the direction is easier, but actually achieving it is not. Because these paint jobs are surprisingly nuanced, and it's really just two colors. Zombie Brush. These are fucking fantastic. I can't. I'm trying to think of a model that Zombie Brush has done that I've been like, this isn't that good. I think he could do better. But you just consistently impress, man. I particularly like how the little burst of green here on his, what would that be? Comb, horsetail, whatever it is. There's just the one little strand and the rest of it is grayscale. That is lovely work. That is absolutely lovely work, Zombie, and thank you for sharing. Here we have from Chaotic Harmony. I kit bashed a thing and then I painted it. Well, now you're a real painter. The second of my Far Sight enclaves, the Far Cry enclaves. Yeah, sure, why not? The Far Sight marksman. He spots for drones and shit. It's cool. I think that's actually from the unit entry in the codex, isn't it? You open the TLAOK codex. And you're like, what about the marksman? Oh, he spots for drones and shit. It's cool. That's some quality writing they've got. Free-handed, the little symbols again. These ones stand for sniper, shasla. And the one on the drone stands for marker drone. You're just labeling things. I really like how this one all comes together. The base and the paint scheme. Touched up the pictures slightly so they look better. An obligatory mention the smaller boulders and rocks from Kursala's mix he sent to me to test. And guys, if you're wondering about this basing at all, go ahead and hit ! Rainy River in chat. You get a link over to Rainy River Designs. They make some amazing, really high quality acrylic paints. A number of other accessories. They produce the Thunderhead Studios merchandise. Does anyone know a good dice producer other than Q Workshop? Because I can't get them to respond to a request for some custom dice. And I get that they're blowing up right now. They're doing all those Witcher dice. They have a bunch of big orders, so someone at my level who's like, I'd like you to make dice. They're like, fuck you. But I'd really like someone who actually responds to my fucking emails. Like, that would be really, really nice. Chessex, every time I go to look at Chessex, the site that they normally have for custom dice, like, returns an error. Like, it's not up anymore. But I really, really want just some plain, black, square-edged, like 16mm D6s with the Thunderhead Studio logo etched into it. And I'd really like to find somebody who could do that. I don't know if Chessex is taking orders right now or not. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but like I said, every time I've gone to their site, it's given me like an error. Like it's not hosted anymore. It's very, very strange. Well, very nice work on the freehand here, Chaotic. And really great work on the basing. Like, Kurosawa is knocking it out of the park with these basing mixtures. Lovely work. And also, Edit touched up the picture slightly so it looked better. This is basic model picture taking. Don't feel self-conscious if you're using some basic touchings up. It's an uncomfortable sentence. If you're touching up your photos a little bit to make them look better. This is very, very standard stuff for taking pictures of minis. It's something that you just kind of have to learn to do. I think you have to email them. I couldn't find an email to send it to. Have you tried 3D printing dice? It's not really like, they'd be soft, they'd chip, they would wear. And you'd have to 3D print the die and then cast the die, or rather mold it and then make castings of it. And I'm not gonna do that. TLAOK Dice, Gus Schultz, have you tried these guys? Can they do etched D6s? Like I'm saying, if you got a lead, please, please, please fire it at me. You can send it to me on Discord. That would be ideal, because I'm probably not going to remember like anything that I read here. Here we have from Ion Raptor. I guess I finished it. Still, any criticism is welcome, as it's not 100% set in stone yet. I actually really like these shoulder blocks, these chunky shoulder blocks. These remind me of Robot Jocks. You remember, like, all the robots had these big chunky shoulder block things on them, and they contained either missiles or lasers generally. In this case, we have both. I think this looks fantastic. I love that the input that you took on the feet, you removed that sort of inner toe there, splayed out the rear toes, went with 2 on the front, 2 on the back, and then 1 outer stabilizer. I think that's genius. And it makes sense too, because if you're leaning out on that foot, you're going to want that stabilizing toe to kind of apply some reverse pressure. This looks fantastic, Ion Raptor. I have nothing springs to mind as far as critique on this. I think it's the right amount of chonk, it's the right amount of sleek. Game science dice? Interesting. They're gonna be fairly low profile, Verg. They're gonna be kind of understated. Elegant. Elegant is the word we're looking for. Elegant dice. For an elegant player. Ion Raptor, this looks amazing, dude. If I gotta criticize it somehow, what can I do? It lacks a chainsaw in its crotch. Technically, it does not have a chainsaw in its crotch, and that makes it functionally inferior to some mechs that I can think of. But that's about all I got, really. This is really, really nice work, Ion. I like the changes that you've made. I think they give it a fairly unique profile. I really like these kind of chunky blocks here. I wouldn't make these any sleeker than they are. I think they're really nice looking. I might, if I were making choices here, I might swap the laser and the missile launcher, just because to me it makes more sense for the launcher to be lower on the torso so that it can access missile bins. Because otherwise what you're asking me to believe is that the loading mechanism, and this is so nitpicky, is that the loading mechanism for the missiles passes by the laser housing, and that just seems like inefficient engineering to me. But that's so fucking... it's just such a stupid criticism. Like, you don't have to listen to that at all. Does have kind of have a total annihilation look to it. I can see that. Yeah, a little bit like a K-bot. Or sorry, that's total annihilation. What if it's just behind it? You're still passing missiles by a hot laser, which seems like a bad choice to me. Yeah, I know, Darkheart. Like, believe me, they're not practical at all. Here we have from DataNerd, the logos I designed are officially being used at several coffee shops to help raise funds for brain cancer research and to help patients pay for things like medical care not covered by insurance, food, utilities, and more while undergoing active treatment. The coffee is awesome, so I've linked 2 shops that offer online orders. Rootless does international shipping for those not US-based. Roughly 40% of the price tag is going to my Game on Cancer team. If you don't like coffee but still want to make a donation, DM me and I can give you a link to my team's site. Hang on a second. I had to adjust my chair. That was very elegant of me. We were just talking about elegance, and there it was. On display. Show, don't tell, they say. Just my pillow there. Thank you very much, Hamburg Tack. And also, here's this for you, White Wolf. Cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha. But Thunder Dude, the laser, is an L-shaped laser pair. Oh, it fires up and then mirrors and gravitational pull cause it to laze in another direction. That makes even less sense than what I was already thinking. This is fucking cool, Data Nerd. It's a damned effective logo. It gets the point across, and it's kind of simple and a little bit stylized. I really like it. Good choice in the colors too. Looks strangely like an actual brain, which are never colored quite how you think they're gonna be. Not that I have that much experience being around live brains or anything like that. Yeah, guys, if you're interested in this, check out these 2 links that Data Nerd has posted up here, and get yourself some coffee and help fight a filthy, disgusting, nasty affliction at the same time. Because, man, cancer. I don't mean to ever make light of cancer. Like, it's one of those things where it's always tragic. It's always tragic. Because it's even what it is fucking tragic. It's your body ripping itself apart. It's your DNA has just gone wrong somewhere, and you see some of the examples of the types of cancer that can afflict people. It really just makes you appreciate what you have in life a little bit more. I don't know if you guys have seen pictures of like skeletons that are resultant of like bone cancer, but it's like that's probably one of the more glamorous versions of cancer too. Like a lot of them are just like, oh, you're gonna fucking die. But the like bone cancer is horrifying. I guess it's sort of like the price of admission, in a way. You know? Like, our bodies are capable of these amazing things and of regrowing things that they lose. Our skin can knit together from grievous injuries. Our bones can knit together. But because we have such complex machinery, things can go wrong in the blueprints. And when they do, it just rips you to pieces. And so many times there's nothing you can do about it. I know people in stream have lost family members to cancer. White Wolf. I have lost a few, and I want to live in a world where something that fucking, and this is maybe my problem with it, it's stupid. It's fucking stupid. It's just something's a little wrong. Something's not quite right. Some tiny, not even microscopic piece of DNA is just nyeh. And so a human life comes to a painful and brutal end, often confusing and disturbing. And I would love to live in a world where someone can have something like that wrong with them, and like so many other medical afflictions, we can wave our hand and go, oh, don't worry about that, we'll fix it. But goddamn it, they need money. They fucking need money. Well, that's good, Data Nerd. That's good. You can learn something from so many afflictions in this world. Oh, here we have from Prince Vahul, which is how I'm pronouncing that from now on, by the way, since nobody is apparently going to correct me. Oh, that's a nice looking Roman city you got there. You got there, buddy. I like all the blue and red roofs. This is where I'm chilling on any given Roman day, just kind of lounging in the pool, you know? I think it's probably reflecting pools and not even for, like, bathing in, but I'd still do it. I'd still do it. Emperor Thunderhead the Third. Or Emperor Thunderhead the Turd, perhaps. Here we have, from Gus Schultz, got the iridescent green-blue for the carapace done, and color for the cannon, arm, and claw. Oh, this is exciting. This is roam around the town. Oh, no. Thanks, Dad. Oh, it's not just green, but we got some browns and a little bit of warm, like we got some purples mixed in here, it looks like. Flies are gross. It's just gross. They're sickening little creatures. But you really are capturing that particular iridescence that a fly's carapace gets beautifully. I'm curious what these spines are going to end up looking like by the time you're done. The goop on the arm right's all... He's replaced the ammo container with what can only be described as a putrescent nutsack, and I'm sorry for anybody who just had to hear that phrase. But what the fuck else would you call it? I lack the vocabulary to describe it in any other way. Yeah, somehow it gets more disgusting the further we go, complete with the, like, 1 meter maggots writhing around on the ground beneath it. Gus Schultz, oh, the pustules on the back of the cannon. Gus, what is wrong with your brain, man? Like, I'm glad that it is wrong because we get to enjoy your work insofar as I can call this enjoyment. Oh, no. Oh, my God. This is my favorite arm. This is my favorite arm, and I love how the colors are coming in. We got these sickly yellows blended to a very, very soft, very subtle green, and then some sort of livid pinks mixed in there. And it, again, has more pustules on it. Down around the joint here. It turns into this big mantis revving chainsaw blade, because of course it does, because it's fucking chaos. Gus, I worry about you a little bit, and it probably isn't necessary. But, you know, if you ever need to talk, man, get some of these demons out. I'm here. Fucking fantastic work, Gus, and I always look forward to your entries, man. Here we have from Dylan L68. Some Tangashima Matchlock Gunners I started today. Made a quick test paint scheme in Paint 3D to get a rough idea. Oh, and that's what we got down here. The test scheme to figure out how you wanted to do them. I like the blue and the yellow. It's a nice combo. Oh, it's coming together nicely on here. It's a nice strong blue that you're going with. I like the temperature contrast from the really, really strong blue that you have on the robes to this sort of rust brown that we're going with on the, well, what's the name of that armor? It's not lamellar, is it? Somebody tell me what the Japanese name for this style of lacquered wood armor is. Somebody here knows it. Somebody does. Either way, really, really good start, and it looks like you're being very, very prolific in your painting, getting a whole lot done, and I'm always glad to see somebody making real progress on a project, Dylan, and thank you for sharing that work with us today. Apparently I adopted an infant. She really doesn't like when I can see my monitor. I'm glad that she's not very energetic, even though she's fallen over a couple times. She hasn't hurt herself, and I'm thankful for that. Hopefully she'll be able to stand without me having to worry about her taking a tumble by the end of the month. I assume this is going to turn into a joke, but it could be serious. On a more serious note, I clearly beat Thunderhead at the limited palette challenge tonight. Only used one color, and she's gone from black to blue to mostly gray. Decided to focus on the chest piece. Thought the best of the base of the tail looked kind of like a thrust cone. But its new back arm butt pretty much obscures it. The right wing didn't print well, that's why she only has the left one. Sorry, the body cam view is shaky. Ooh, yeah, that Mecha Godzilla had a big old print. I get the joke now. Lots of moving parts on this guy, too. Damn. I feel like this is a better looking Mechagodzilla overall than the one that we got in the recent Godzilla vs. Kong movie. Really digging the design, particularly like the way the calves and the knees come together. Very, very nice. I'm gonna miss her looking all blue and white, reminded of my last Gundam model, so I may be tempted to give her the Gundam or Optimus paint scheme. Ooh, Optimus. But I'll cross that bridge as it gets closer. Burn that bridge when we come to it, as they say. Oh, it's a picture for ants. Oh no, what happened? What happened, man? It's so tiny. So little small. Little small. Mecha Antzilla, as it were. I thought it was bigger. That's what she says. It's a terrible joke. Yes, anyway, here we have from Heresy Killer. Oh, we got some of that Pedro Cantor getting done, eh? I've always liked the Crimson Fist paint scheme. I've always liked the Crimson... What, Roland? Why Titan scale flamethrowers were... Oh, Karuta! That's the name of the armor? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for that, Roland. I was confused about which up you were looking. That's a nice looking Pedro Cantor. The reds pop real good. It's not a great photo of the Mini, and I don't wanna like level criticism on you for that. I would just note, as I've said many times, taking photos of Minis is as hard or harder than painting them in the first place. And we could absolutely give you some tips. Unless this was just like, I don't feel like setting anything up, I'm just gonna take a quick photo kind of thing, Heresy Killer. But, yeah, if you're interested in some tips, because it's just because the better a photo you take of a Mini, the easier it is to get into the details of what's going on with it. I like the shading on the red. I can tell you've got a nice deep shadow between the fingers, which is always tricky to do on these gauntlets. I really like how the gold on the shoulder comes out to a nice bright yellow on the tips, but it shades quite a lot as you get in towards the skull. I'd love to see some more pictures of your Pedro Cantor, Heresy Killer. He's one of my favorite characters of the last, like, 15 years. I always thought Pedro was cool. Yeah, you always want the light to be coming at the Mini from behind the camera and never from behind it. Darkheart, just keep working, man. Just keep working. It takes I'm sure Heresy Killer can attest. It just takes practice. It just takes practice. Here we have from Bueno Truno. Tried painting in Krita, first time. Any tips? Oh, look at him. He's got like a... Is that Minsk? He has a little bird in his hand. So ashen. Kratos? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, Kratos... I think Kratos because of the color of the skin, but then I think Minsk because he's got the little birdie. Oh, it's just a Goliath barbarian that likes birds. Okay, so it's none of the above, but it has elements of both. It's like Kratos meets Minsk and also has a bird. Yeah, it takes time, Heresy Killer. It definitely takes time. That's one of the reasons that I encourage people to keep sharing in the Storm Report, is because the more you share, the more work you're going to do. And the more work you do, the better you're going to be at this whole process. Well, it looks like some damn nice art to me. This is better two-dimensional art than I would be able to crank out, Bueno. I can tell you that much. I'm afraid I couldn't give any tips. I'm not two-dimensional, though I am fairly certain we have some people on the Discord who could. We have a 2D art section. If you feel like posting over there, I'm sure we have some people who can give you some tips. From Greg the Salt Miner, Ender 5 Pro, upgraded with direct drive kit, pancake stepper, E3D V6 all-metal hot end, and a volcano heater block. This was a project. Lots of jury rigging and whatnot to get these parts that weren't exactly designed to go together to be happy with each other. Estimating about a week of calibration, just happy I didn't blow the board getting to this step. That's always the moment. You guys know that moment when you've just done some rewiring on any piece of boxed electronics and your finger approaches the power supply on switch for the first time and you're just thinking, this is it. I'm gonna blow it up. I'm gonna flip this switch and smoke is gonna come out and I'm gonna feel real fucking stupid. And then when it doesn't, you feel so powerful. You feel so accomplished. Oh, that's nice. This is the Ender 5 Pro? Oh yeah, I guess it is. Yeah, I guess the Plus would be larger, wouldn't it? Loving that direct drive. That's something I keep feeling like I need to upgrade to. You're probably doing it way too right, Kursala, because I have that fear every time that I'm just going to light it on fire and waste a bunch of money. Lovely work, Greg, and I can't wait to see the first prints you roll off of that bad boy. Here we have from Mafik, the Type 21 Tumor. He accidentally the last post where he was editing its description. Why the Tumor? It's such an unflattering name for a tank. I like how it's proportioned with that front end that kind of slopes down towards the back. So we got a big heavy cannon and then a smaller turreted cannon. Little homeboy peeking out the top hatch with his glasses on. Japanese SPG Type 4 with a tumor. Would this be the... I'm not... Again, I apologize. I'm not familiar enough with the Japanese type tank to note where the differences are, but is this the tumor that we have up on top here? Just that extra bit of growth? Well, yeah, Kursala, but to those of us who don't work with it as often, it might as well be made of fucking unicorn farts and, like, drider webs. Like, they're essentially magic, and as we know, if we don't use the right incantations and oils, the magic won't work. Well, it's a damned aggressive tumor with that extra cannon on there. Mafik, you have quite the catalog of armor at this point. That's too easy. That's too easy for Gatarung. I'm not gonna do the damn Arnold voice. Like, I thought about it. I thought about doing it, and I decided against it. We're not taking it there. I refuse. Lovely work, though, Mafik. Here we have from Kursala, got stuck in a rut with the Dauber's head, so here's a rough out of the next chassis. No name yet, but it's going to have this style arms, some low-slung Warhammer hammer hands, or Mauler/Awesome style arms, as well as at least one large missile box. Most of the proportions are going to get shifted a bit, especially the head and the arm will get bulked up. The pelvis is just from a MechWarrior Online Kodiak. The legs are Ion's Perpetrator. Just there for the overall shape, just kind of blocking it out, yeah. It definitely helps when you're making a new design to just start with shapes vaguely like what you want to go with and then detail from there. This is going to be neat. Very aggressive. Oh my god, excuse me. That's rude. Very aggressive with the speedy animalistic legs and the dedicated gun arms. Oof. I look forward to seeing some more work on that, Kursala. It's difficult to... I mean, I like everything that I see so far. It's hard to critique too much with many of these being stand-in parts, but definitely share when you've got some more of the final pieces in, and I'm looking forward to seeing what the feet wind up looking like in particular. Steeler Rebel, thank you. I'm hunching like crazy. Hamburg Tech. Stay bueno. I'll do what I can, compadre. Bueno Trudeau, thank you so much for hanging out in chat, my friend. And thank you so much for submitting to the Storm Report. I hope to see you next time, man. And I hope that you have some more art to share with us. Have a great night, dude. Honestly, don't have much to post about since it's mainly been cleaning, tidying, rearranging, and whatnot the past few days, so here. Have the upcoming subjects for oil painting. But yeah, not gonna lie, it's nice to have more of that cutting mat visible again, and how I'll even have more visible in a few days. I too like it when I can see the surface of my desk. As unfortunately rare of an experience as that might be. Nice looking Tyranids coming together there. I think they're going to be a particularly good choice for oil painting. Tyranids are like purpose built for it. You can do some really cool shell blends and stuff on them. Make you some coconut crab Tyranids. Oh yeah, there's also these. Came in early in the week, so yeah, rather happy about that. Many thanks to Kursala and Data Nerd for helping out with getting me some labels that are a lot nicer than blue painter's tape that doesn't stay on. Absolutely love how they snuck in a few blank ones too. Yes, that box onto the last panel of unbuilt MDF in my place is probably recognizable too. It says Lord of the Rings. It's Lord of the Rings. You got some dwarven runes on there. Yeah. I don't know what it is from Lord of the Rings, but it looks like an older GW Lord of the Rings box. Aw, these are adorable. I like them with the little paw on them and everything. That's wonderful. Organizational porn, ladies and gentlemen. Organizational porn. I love labels and I love cable management, I have to say. Yeah, they are pretty adorable labels, I have to say. Is it a Balrog? If I know what it is, White Wolf, my brain is not bringing it to the front right now. I'll probably think about it for a few minutes and then I'll know, based on something that we've said before. It's a Balrog. Balrogs aren't demons, are they? Are they classified as demons? I don't think so. I guess Gandalf did call it a demon at one point. Okay, you got yourself an Oliphant. Oh, the Oliphants. I think one of my favorite scenes in the entirety of the Lord of the Rings movies is that moment when Frodo and Sam come upon the Oliphants moving north with the Southerners, and the Rangers pop out and shoot at it, and the one comes over and it shakes off the one guy and falls down. And we get that amazing little monologue for Faramir, looking down at him. He says, "The enemy. His sense of duty was no less than yours, I deem. You wonder what his name was, where he came from, if he was truly evil at heart. What lies or threats drew him on this long march from home, and if he wouldn't rather have stayed there in peace. War will make corpses of us all." PlayPix TV, thank you so much for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Let's keep going. Here we have from Sumatha, Dorgas, medium battle mech. In this case, an old SLDF era example. Fast, nimble, jump capable, and with a narrow profile, it can crouch down to minimize its silhouette when holding a sniping position. This 50-tonner is distinctly not a machine to be taken lightly. Of course, given that it is literally lacking in terms of any kind of arms with rather thin, spindly legs, it's obviously not something to get into melee range with either. Dorgas is a bit of an oddity, but it does its job remarkably well, especially with that big old Gauss rifle on top. This first-generation version can reach around ground speeds of nearly 100 kilometers per hour and jump up to 180 meters in a single bound. Meanwhile, the most advanced version of the Dorgas, taking the form of an Omni-mech, is a bit faster, but more importantly can jump up to 270 meters at a time, and at least in the primary configuration packs effectively the same punch as the original, but with increased accuracy and enhanced with a powerful electronic warfare suite. Matt Plog working his magic on a design by Jason Spikerman. Ooh, it's a speedy boy. That's just a gun with legs. This is just a gun with legs. It's a Gauss rifle that somebody stuck some fucking legs on. Let me show you my Gauss rifle. All the other mechs are in there, like, doing their thing. And he's like, "Hey guys, have you seen my Gauss rifle? Chunka, 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 chunka." I don't know why I'm so amused by this. And they're like, "Yeah, whatever, Dorgas." Fucking dork. Gus. What the Hollander wishes it was, yeah. Very direct. I really like the design of the pelvis. Because the legs come up and they lock into the pelvis here, the hips, and then it comes forward, and the connection point for the cockpit is mounted really, really forward on here. So I assume that when it fires, it's going to be pulling back on this, and it's got a little bit of give here, so this can rotate down and it can grunk and kind of come up. It's a Gauss rifle, so it probably wouldn't actually have any kick. Now that I say that out loud, and I'm like, it's a magnetic accelerator, it wouldn't. Is that true? Magnetic accelerators still have kick, don't they? Because every action must have an equal and opposite reaction, so if you are projecting a certain amount of mass in any direction, that much force is still going to be exerted back upon the firing point. Right? Yeah. I think the whole, the like, magnetic accelerators don't have kick thing is more of just a pop culture myth. Like, as soon as I thought about it. Yeah, that's what I thought, forgot about. Because you're magnetically accelerating it, but you still have to overcome inertia, and all that force has to go someplace. And yeah, it would generate tons of heat. I like how long and spindly its toes are too. I feel like it would splay out its legs and like splay out its toes and kind of lock them down into the dirt before it fired too. It's just so dynamic. Such incredibly dynamic work from Matt Plog as always. I like the strength of the connection point too here. We have multiple connections. This thing's really locked on there. Because otherwise you're gonna blast it clean off your damn head. Oh, goofy little Dorgas with his little Gauss rifle. Very nicely done, Sumatha, and thank you for sharing. Here we have from Darkheart. Ooh, Darkheart has been hard at work. Current squad progress working on this, and I'm glad that I'm very, very glad that my suggestions for color schemes inspired you and became something that you actually wanted to do, Darkheart. I sort of turned him on to the pre-Heresy Thousand Suns scheme, which is one of my favorite schemes in all of Warhammer 40k, so it's lovely to see these reds and whites and golds going down. Oh, classic Space Marines. Like a Chaos Terminator Lord rocking right here. Darkheart, I'm glad you're having so much fun, man. It's really inspirational. Really inspirational to see people getting as into the hot... It helps me remember those early days. Back before I was a jaded, soulless, loveless, hate-filled husk of a painter. Oh, God. Technically, Vergaderung, I would propose that because we're already talking about a tank that stands up on 2 legs, physics don't mean dick. But, you know, for the sake of plausibility, I'll buy it. Sorry for the messy desk. What the what? This desk is remarkably clean, Darkheart. Give it time. You will never have a desk this clean again in your fucking life, dude. Welcome to the club. Oh, it's good, clean-looking work, Darkheart, and I'm glad to see it. Oh, here we have from White Wolf, Therapy Thursday, Operation Recover Gaming Table Edition. In preparation for being allowed to order some Conquest stuff, nice, been steadily working on recovering our gaming table so we can, you know, game on it. Is that what we do with those things? Well, that was on the list of things I kept putting off. Anyways, wound up getting it most of the way, but odds are it will still be a few more days before it's all said and done, but that's how things go when you live in a small place. The biggest thing, though, is clearing up room on the shelf so I have more of my tools nearby and not clogging up the desk. As someone who is organizationally challenged, I feel your pain. It is lovely to be able to spread out this much, though, isn't it? So much surface area. But yeah, clean it for God's sake. Ugh. All the cards. Projects. To think that White Wolf had the gall to claim that you didn't have as many projects going on as I do. It's just nonsense. That's pure nonsense. Magnetic tool holders are a good idea. I've got magnet strips on my walls where I put most of my metal tools. Ah, fair enough. Here we have from Roland. What kind of ice cream is that? Is it lavender ice cream? 'Cause I like lavender ice cream. Not a lot of it. Lavender ice cream is one of those things where it's like, I'm good for about 1 scoop of it. Uba. Like Uba, like one of the sons of Ragnar Uba? Oh, Purple Sweet. Oh, that makes way more sense. Okay, yeah. No, I was like, that's a strange person to name an ice cream after. Purple Sweet Potato. I have no idea what that would taste. I mean, I guess if it's just a purple sweet potato, it would taste kind of like yam ice cream. But I haven't had yam ice cream either. I'd imagine that would yield a nice, interesting color too. Oh, I've seen Clank, White Wolf. I just haven't played it. I buy some of that lovely terrain you've been present. If it's from Vergaderung, probably here pretty soon. I know he's been doing a lot of refining on that to get it printable. This looks delicious. Like, I don't even give a shit that there's awful little bits of jello in here. I would just eat around them. This looks fucking fantastic. Oh, I want sugar. I want sugar in my face right now. Speaking of Vergaderung's printing, finally sorted out the issues with one of the printers and got a remix of the Alien Force to print. Got to get some more printed and get them all painted up, then get them to Steel Warrior Studios to put up. So I'm going to say probably pretty damn soon, Darkheart. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. What the fuck is wrong with me? This is wonderful. Oh, there's space pineapples. Oh! And these appalling space saguaro, it looks like. And then we have the great testy forest over here. And then this is what happens when the space pineapples grow up. Yeah, that's nice. I want the space pineapples. I really do. Like, I haven't seen these ones from you before, Verg, but I like these a lot. They seem like they'd be delicate. I might resin print those. Is that gonna offend you if I resin print your terrain? You were never safe, Spaz. There was any safety that you felt was a misinterpretation on your part. Yeah, there's a reason you never see me stand up on stream, folks. And it's weird. Vergatarung, fucking fantastic work. Verg has done a lot of really, really good terrain work for Steel Warrior Studios. Between the shit that you cover and the shit that I cover, like the tables that you've built out of a combination of your and my stuff is just, it's mind-blowing, man. Mind-blowing. To be fair, Roland, I never actually assumed that. Oh, no! Is this going on the stream? Is this our new thing? Let's find out.
Stand back, everybody. We have a professional streamer here. Ha! Just kidding. This is Thunderhead Studios.
Yes. Yeah, we can use that. That's just fine. I'm okay with that. Oh, Chaotic, that was so thoughtful of you. Though to look at it another way, guys, what you should be taking away from this is basically I snap my fingers and Chaotic Harmony fucking dances. I say jump, he says how high. I say slap yourself, he asks how hard.
Yo, I heard you liked battle mechs. So I put a battle mech in your battle mech, and now Thunderhead's 3D printer is broken.
We do need to get that correction. We do need to get it to studio from studios, but I applaud the initiative one way or the other. I have to say, though, ladies and gentlemen, that will bring us to the end of the Storm Report, and thus, you probably guessed, if you've been here at all, the end of tonight's stream. So let's find out who we're rating. You can see from beneath me, we're going to be doing more oil painting in the near future. It's just the way things are going right now, because that's what I want to work on, and we're going to do it. We're going to be doing Warcaster in acrylics, and almost everything else in oil. Who are we rating? Who's on? Who's doing what? Heavy gear is going to be probably acrylics. Roland. Once I get this ISA force done, I should be able to roll right back into some heavy gear. I'd like to do some terrain for heavy gear too. I had some thoughts about some land ship terrain for heavy gear, and Roland, I actually need to pick your brain a little bit on what is feasible and what the scale for that would be, because I have some thoughts. Let's have a look. Oh, who have we got? Thunderdome Drew is going. Megapedia is going. Big Jim Slade is going. MCB is playing some Hunt Showdown. We've got Love and Music doing a little bit of painting. Looks like cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-cha. Is that it? Hobbies for Happiness is going. We haven't rated Thunderdome Drew. We have not rated Thunderdome Drew in a little while, and I really, really think we should, because that dude is a fucking phenomenal painter, and he has a great stream. So let's go ahead and get that started. Bing, bang, boom, and away we go. You'll also be able to see the man who has created the excellent war grips that I use to paint most of the time. Not using them today because we were doing a bunch of tray painting, but most of the time you're going to find me using these neat fucking hand-turned war grips for my painting handles. They're so comfortable. So comfortable once you get used to them. But if you ask him about them over there on that stream, you'll get a lot more information than you're going to get here. Walter's Workshop, thank you so much for being here. And that brings me to thanking each and every one of you for coming out tonight. Guys, this has been a great stream. I had a whole lot of fun. Thank you for putting up with my little midstream snack break. I really fucking needed that. Helped me go a little bit longer. Oh, I'm tired. Oh my god, I might just go to sleep after this. I don't know. We'll see. I might take a nap and then wake up and then play some PlanetSide 2. That might be my plan for the rest of the night. And if you're into that, definitely jump on the Discord and get into the PlanetSide 2 channel so you can hop into the squad and we can have some fun. Again, Walter, thank you so much for the raid, man. I really appreciate that. It's always great to see you in chat. Huge thank you as always to my amazing mod team. You guys make all of this so unbelievably possible. Kursala, Project Dark Fox, Riot Sister, Steela, thank you for being here too. Huge thank you to all of our new followers today. We got a lot of them today. I hope that you guys all had a damn good time. We're going to be back Sunday the 16th doing some Battletech in oil. Tuesday the 18th we'll be doing some Warcaster and acrylics, and we're doing more Conquest in oil next week. Be there or be square, and until next time, keep on painting.